o'clock. Okay, I'm gonna call the meeting to, oh, Cindy's not here? Oh, Cindy's right there. Are you ready,
Yeah.
Cindy? All right, most important person in the meeting. All right, you ready? Okay, I'm gonna call us to order at 9 o'clock. Can I get a roll call, please?
Heather Owen.
Here.
Annette Eastack. Here. John McPherson.
Here.
Jaime Fernandez.
Here.
Mary Claypool.
Present.
Sandra Ocampo.
Here.
Dr. Janine Gutt. Present.
Okay, I want to remind everyone, we are live, correct?
Yes.
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 Yes, okay, we're live on YouTube. Beth, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda?
The only change to the agenda is the motion for the interdistrict transfer appeals that clarifies that if they are approved, it is for the entire grade span, not for just 1 year. That was the only change to the agenda.
All right, thank you. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. All right, communications, correspondence. What did I do with it? We did get a letter. It was one addressed to John and one addressed to Annette from Nakomi Molinero Chinoco. Hope I said that correctly. Writing to urge us, the Monterey County Board of Education, to support the creation of stronger plans to address the low funding that contributes to after-school staffing shortages across Monterey County. So just like to mention that letter. Was there any other correspondence?
Yes, we did receive a letter from one of the parents. I just passed it out, so no.
Oh.
Here we go. From Monica, or no, from well, I do not know.
It's the
who it
parent
is
of-
from. The parent of Monica Gregorio. And
I
this
think
is
it's in
regarding
here.
her interdistrict transfer.
We might have it in here. Parent is Violetta Garcia.
Was Ralph, was it from the mother? Yes.
Yes, yes.
Sorry. It came to Ralph's office and then Denise brought us this, so.
All right, thank you. 2.2 oral comments from the public. Are there any oral comments from the public on items that are not on the agenda? Seeing none, we're on to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, we're on to new business action items. 4.1, 26-27 budget study session. That's your big binder. And this is going to be Dr. Gus and Dr. Stanley. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, we are very excited to present the 26-27 budget to all of you today. Before we begin the presentation from our amazing Dr. Colleen Stanley, I do want to point out to the board that you do have the overview of the org chart that delineates all the various major responsibilities of each of the cabinet members and their division. It's not a job description. It doesn't include everything they do. There's so much more, but it does help you understand like the major responsibilities and how we're organized. You also received the entire org chart via email, I want to say, what, a week ago? Yes, so you have that in your packet, and you have a copy of our strategic plan. Trustee McPherson always asks every year, what is included in this budget? How do we know how the money is being spent? What are the priorities? The strategic plan is, it's a one-year plan because as you know, I'm retiring in January and the new superintendent who comes on board will probably want to have the first 6 months to just evaluate, what their priorities would be. And then a new strategic plan will be developed. So this is just for next school year. And all of the descriptions of the expenditures are also included in the binder. We try to do that for you every year, just so you have an understanding of where the money will be spent. And then I'm going to now turn it over to our amazing Dr. Stanley. But before I do that, I really want to commend her. I want to commend her team in the back over there. I won't steal Colleen's thunder. She's probably going to introduce them. So I won't introduce you now. Colleen will do it. But this budget could not get to the place where it is at without the leadership of Dr. Stanley and her entire team advising all of the team members who put together the budget pieces. And so I just want to thank her for her leadership. I also want to announce to the board that you're going to see on the org chart a change for Dr. Stanley. So Dr. Stanley is being promoted. So she's still chief business official, but she's now going to be the associate superintendent of finance and business and the chief business official. Long title, but very well deserved. And so I really want to congratulate Dr. Stanley.
She's not gonna leave soon.
No comment.
No comment. No comment. At least you know I'm doing everything I can to try to keep her.
It was funny when you were talking about all the people that it takes to put this budget together. It's absolutely true. We always talk about it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise a budget. And we seriously have been working on this since January. So you know that this is one of the biggest projects and product that comes out of the business office. So I'm very proud to present it to you today. And in the back, we have Talisa Rios, Brenda Metals, and Linda Harishi. Linda is our internal services director, and she is responsible for the budget that comes before you today. Talisa was the budget analyst and putting all of this information together. She has recently been promoted also to be a district support coordinator, which has been absolutely needed in this county. And then Brenda Metals is my amazing support person, and she is the one who goes through every single one of the budget descriptions that you see in the book and make sure that it all looks exactly perfect. And yeah, it's an amazing job. I wonder sometimes if I didn't have these people doing this, what this budget would look like, right? I mean, you'd end up with 3 pages and be like, yeah, here it is. So the detail that goes into this is amazing. As well as those people, all of the other cabinet members that you see around the table right here are the ones who put the information into all of their programs. And we have a lot of programs. I think I mentioned earlier today that this book is 20 pages more than last year. And what that means is there's more programs, and almost always it's Karen's fault. So it just means that she has more budgets to put together and more expenditures to review and more descriptions to write. So anyway, I know that this is a really big book for you to look at, and we've laid it out. So I think that it is kind of user-friendly. We put a little organizational memo together to kind of map it out. But then I also put a PowerPoint together so that I can kind of direct your eye to the areas that I think are probably most important for us to look at. So if you're ready, we'll start the PowerPoint. Okay. And as we say on here, it said thank you to Dr. Dominguez and to Linda Harishi for putting our budget together. That means Cindy. Hey, you made it go.
See if we can do it again.
Yeah,
That might be better.
it's maybe the battery. Okay.
Stay here.
Oh, okay. All right. I get a person doing my, yeah, it's like big time now. All right. So As we start putting this together, it's always important to kind of look at what's going on in the entire state. And so these are the themes that came out of the governor's proposed May revised budget. And one of the things that I always want to make sure that everyone understands is May revised is not an adopted budget for the state. So people get all excited when May revised comes around and go, oh, there's a little bit more money. Like, not yet, stop it. And this year, what we have heard from everyone is that the two houses, the Senate and the Assembly, they are further apart this year. But last year, they were closer together and we kind of looked at May revised and went, yeah, we think it's going to go forward. But this one, there's a lot of discussion that still has to happen. And so we're not really sure where they're going to end up. And I think there are some vulnerable areas and we just need to be careful about that. As usual, I have put together a budget that is a very conservative as far as fiscal numbers. And so I have not recognized the 2.87 COLA, which is what the current statutory COLA is. That is not in this budget yet. But when we get to 45-day budget revise, and if all of this information that is currently in May revise is approved as an approved budget, then you will see all of the additional items in a 45-day budget revise. So saying that, the governor seems to have a commitment to providing the spending plan that ends up with a positive balance. He's putting money aside again. There are no new ongoing expenditures proposed. We are very excited about the increase in special education base rate. And just to make sure that there's no question about that, that really goes to the SELPA, right? And the SELPA governing board is the one who gets to decide how that gets spent. So it's not really money that's going to the districts, but we do assume that much of it will be a relief to our districts. It also maintains investments in universal preschool and school meals and then teacher education preparedness, before and after summer school programs, community schools. And like I said, the statutory COLA is now calculated at 2.87. It used to be 2.41 at January budget. So that's good. That has gone up and that's because of the additional revenues at the state. And then the last bullet on here is the thing that you might have heard in the news that they're all calling the super COLA. I have a bias against that because it's not actually the COLA, right? The statutory COLA is calculated at 2.87. There is a possible 1.44% that he is also proposing be added to the LCFF base. So that's really how to talk about that. Next slide, please. All right, so additional risks to our state budget. Once again, we have the Prop 98 settle up proposal that is in the 26-27 budget. So that has not been taken away. What they're doing is they're settling up the prior year and then creating again for the 26-27. We do also still have an AI bubble that we know is going to burst at some point in time. And we can't control it. We don't know when it's going to happen, but it will. And when that happens, that means that the state revenue is going to take a drop, right? Labor markets remain unstable. We have insufficient jobs in the state of California. There's still a shortage of housing. Inflation has moderated, but remains a factor. We've got global instability. Who knows how that's going to be, and continued declining enrollment across the state. It works, sir? Is it a battery?
Something like that.
Something like that. And so I wanted to drill down a little bit more into the drop in enrollment. So this is a slide that just kind of shows you 5 of the highest counties that are declining enrollment. And you can see that we are right in there. And that affects so much. It affects so much of our district's revenue that comes in. It also affects our revenue that comes in. And I'll show you in a little bit how that affects us. Yes.
I didn't understand this graph exactly. Can you explain it to me? Like our bar is bigger than the bar above it, which is negative 2.58. I just couldn't quite follow it. I wasn't sure what it was saying.
Maybe I have something wrong in there.
I don't know,
I-
it,
the
I was
bar-
really,
It's not
it's-
about the bar size.
it's the, yeah, that's what it is.
She's just
isn't
trying to
it?
show you
Isn't
where
that funny?
Monterey is. That, the way
Yeah.
I read it, because, yeah, it.
So Monterey is third in the list of, I know, John, don't look at it now.
okay, don't look at the
It's
bar.
not
wait a
about the
minute.
link. The
I'm
numbers
sorry,
are correct.
I meant to tell you ahead of time, but I
All right,
got
so-
sidetracked.
So let me just tell you that for 25-26, Monterey County student population declined by 2.21% from the prior year.
Which is a percentage standpoint is third worst
Third
on
in
this list.
Yes.
Right, by percent.
5%.
Yeah, I got it. I
And
just
this is for the whole state.
Looked funny.
Well, these are the
Or
five
just
top across the state.
state.
Yeah,
Declining
yes.
Yes.
5%.
Are there any
Wow.
districts or are there any counties that are increasing? Where are these students going? Just out of state?
Yeah, I've got to go back and look at my list.
Okay, you don't need to. That was just a,
There's a lot going on in the
curiosity.
state. Absolutely true. Across, I mean, even in Monterey County, we have a few districts that are increasing, but more decreasing. Yeah.
But one of the biggest issues is students graduate out, there aren't students
not
now
coming
coming
in.
That's
in.
right.
That's the issue that we're having.
it doesn't seem like our population is decreasing though.
But are they
Is it-
having children?
It's a good question. I don't know. All right, thank you.
K is
Lower
definitely down.
So the next few slides are the usual slides that tell you what kind of budget guidelines and the assumptions that go into making the budget. And I leave this in here as just a reminder to you. And also it's beneficial when I send all of our budget information up to the state so that they can see how we put a budget together. So the financial assumptions are really important when they're reviewing to make sure that our assumptions are spot on. And then, speaking of assumptions, we use, I think I have a slide coming up. We use School Services of California when we're looking at our COLA and our lottery and mandated costs. One thing on this slide right here that I wanted to bring to your attention is our indirect for 26-27 is 9.27%. So this is a little bit lower than it has been in the past. What our indirect for the county office is generally right around 10%. And so Linda's actually going to take a look at this and see, because this is purely a mathematical calculation. It's a numerator and a denominator that comes up with this 9.27%. So what this means to us is, what it means to our restricted programs is they all go, yay, you're not going to take as much of an indirect from us. What it means to us as unrestricted side of the house is we aren't going to have quite the same level of money to pay for our unrestricted folks. So that's something that I consider when I look at these things. All right, so LCFF funding factors for county offices of education. And remember that the way county offices are funded is very different than the way our school districts are funded. It's always a bit of a learning curve for districts to try to figure out how county offices work. So we have three different components in our funding. The base amount is received by every county. And then the number of school districts in the county you get funded for, and then countywide ADA. So this is how you can see what a reduction. I'm gonna see if this is my light. I don't want to get Ernesto though. No, it's okay. It didn't work, Ernesto. It didn't work. So for 26-27, there's a base amount for each county of $919,792, and this has the 2.41% COLA on it. So each district within the county, 24 districts we have, is multiplied by 366,161. And this is one of the things to always think about if you're looking at unifications, for instance, because if we have a unification that continues to move forward in our South County, you know that we will be going from 3 districts down to 2. And so what that means is it will actually be a reduction in the County Office of Education funding. Then you can take a look at that countywide ADA right there at 66,600. That's the ADA around the county. Last year it was 68,000. So you can see that our funding is reduced once again by the fact that all of our districts are reduced in enrollment in ADA.
Oh, Colleen, can I make a point here too?
Yeah.
The ADA notice 66,600. I just want to point that out because ADA and enrollment is different. And in all the charts we usually give you, we're showing you enrollment numbers. And so when you're talking about how many students do we have in our county, the question is, oh, do we have 73,000? Do we have 66, 69? I just want to be very clear that everything you're going to see when you're talking budget is not going to be enrollment. It's going to be about ADA. And I want to also point out that the state preschool program for next year is going to be changing from an enrollment-based funding model to an ADA-based funding model. So keep your eye on that because there are a lot of absences with those littles, and this could have a huge impact on the school districts that run preschool programs and us as well. Thank you, Colleen, for letting me.
No, that
throw
was
in.
perfect. And exactly like you said, you will never see enrollment in any budget presentation from me because we are only funded with ADA. Yep. All right, so here's our funding for our alternative education. Their ADA has also reduced, and so when we built the budget, we went 88.40 ADA. We're hoping that that's going to grow as we get our career technical education programs growing a bit. But you can see that their base grant is 17,290. Then we add supplemental concentration to that. And we also are funded for some of the ADA that the county office educates, basically, that come to us from the districts. So more assumptions here. We may revise calculates at 2.87. As I mentioned, that is not what is in this budget. So this budget is only going to look better. And with the possible additional discretionary investment to LCFF funding. Our estimated interest rate is 3.75. I suspect that that will be closer to 4. Lottery is coming in at 190 per ADA, the restricted part of lottery at 82 per ADA. And as I mentioned before, we've got tools that we use. We don't make this stuff up. So we use the FCMAT LCFF calculator and school services dartboard, which is what everybody across the state uses. So we can remain consistent in what our numbers look like. Our expenditure assumptions are step and column movement is always applied to eligible employees. Longevity is also added. Our health benefits are capped and have been capped for several years. The approved indirect, as I mentioned before, is 9.27% and CPI for 26-27 is 3.08. And that matters to us because that is the amount we generally add to our contracts that are ongoing. So we use CPI to increase contracts over the years. All righty, here's on one slide right here for 26-27. This is what our proposed budget looks like, broken up between unrestricted and restricted. So you can see that we have a beginning balance of the 21,929,240 over on the far right-hand side with revenues and expenditures included in here. We have a projected ending balance of 23,159,718. And this is really my favorite page, right? This is page 8 in your book. So this in one glance shows you everything. Well, not really on the slide because it's hard to read and you can't see it. But if you looked at page 8, you would see that it shows your county school service fund. And just as a reminder, we kind of go back and forth between saying our general fund and then county school service fund, one and the same. You can see our programs across the top, special education, pupil transportation, county office operations, et cetera, all the way across to our 23,159,000 as the ending balance. Below that, you have the other funds. So we've got SELPA, we've got our charter schools in here, child development, deferred maintenance all the way across to our Fund 17 and Fund 40. And then we have our ending balance, showing the components of the ending fund balance that make up that 23,159,000.
So on that page, we're still positive,
Yes.
We are,
13,000, right? 13 million plus. On the bottom,
Oh, she's looking at the
13 to
special
56.
reserve.
you're looking at special.
we're not negative because I see a little, like a little line black, but that's not negative, it's positive, right? It's the balance.
See the over
Right, yeah,
under
ending
line, the
balance.
orange line there?
Yeah.
That shows us at 1,230,478 to the good.
Yes. Does that make sense, Sandra?
Right here,
I'm good.
this one.
You're good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I think Sandra's question was these two reds right
Yeah,
here is
the
what
bottom
she
part.
was questioning.
Thank you.
That means that it's being used, basically, yeah.
But we are definitely in the positive.
Yes. So this is a good budget. Yes, John. Did I say that?
She really meant that, like, thank you for asking questions because they worked so hard to put this together. They want questions.
John, I did not mean that to sound like I was tired or anything.
So you say this does not include the proposed or the talked about.
It does not include the full COLA.
Oh, the full COLA.
Yes.
Okay, so let's say that the full COLA happens. Where does that revenue go? And then where would the associated increase in expenses go? Because I assume you
Yeah.
wouldn't just increase the ending balance by what the COLA is.
No, and actually, that's a great discussion. And one of the things that we were putting together also, Lee and I, for when we begin negotiations for the new year, right? And to try to make sure that folks understand what an additional amount in the COLA really means to our unrestricted funds. So we created a quick little PowerPoint about that. That says that if we take the numbers from 25-26 and put the full 2.87 into our unrestricted LCFF base, that only generates $350,932, right? And so that's part of what the discussion is when we go into negotiations, because our folks will say, you're getting, a 4 point whatever because it's a super COLA.
Right.
Well, a 1% increase in salaries are $536,000, so that you can see immediately, even a 1% across the board is more than what the revenue is that we generate.
So just so I understand it, right now with partial COLA, you've got total revenue at 128,802,000.
Yes,
And so if this were to come through, it would then be 129,100,000.
yes,
Okay.
exactly.
I think,
And then our statutory benefits will go up, and then we'll have negotiations, and that will increase our salaries. And
and we should also point out the conversation in Sacramento about the super COLA is that that additional money is supposed to be for the pregnancy. No,
Pregnancy disability leave, which is an additional 14 weeks fully paid
Wow.
So that's what the governor is
For
proposing.
Employee,
on top of what they already.
Yes,
right, so it's an in and out.
yes.
And the
And-
reason why it's so low, the statutory COLA is so low is it's not across the board. It only applies to certain
Bless you.
revenue sources, which is why it doesn't come out one-to-one across the
yes,
board.
the COLA is not applied to every bit of funding that comes out of the state. Yeah.
Especially,
Especially for us.
and especially for that state preschool program. So it's a
Mm.
double whammy for them. The proposal is that they don't
Mhm.
get that COLA.
Yeah.
and they're switching from enrollment to ADA
Oh,
based.
wow, okay.
Yeah, so that's huge.
But it's not a done deal yet.
Yeah,
There's
we'll
still,
see if it
yeah,
gets
still
fight.
negotiating.
Yep,
Mhm.
Right.
yep, it's still out there.
And we should also point out that the whole notion of the super COLA to help pay for the paid pregnancy leave. What we are hearing from like in the California County Soups meetings is that that's probably not even gonna be enough money to cover the number of people who would go out and take advantage of that particular leave.
Mhm.
So the word super COLA is very misleading because it's really not a super COLA.
Mhm.
So for those reasons.
But it might help with enrollment.
In 5 years.
Yeah.
I have one more question. Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
yes.
So page 27, personal action form summary, as we all know, that 80% of costs are associated with people. And so you're basically flat in terms of FTE. You are adding one migrant ed director, and then there is some elimination of paraeducators. Can you talk us through why the add of the migrant ed director, and then why the need, or why can we make the reductions in the paraeducators?
Yes, Dr. Vella can tell you about the
Yes.
microphone.
Yes, so we are not adding an additional FTE. Last year, when the program was at jeopardy of losing our funds, and MCOE had to make some urgent decisions, given that we were past the March 15th deadline, several of the certificated staff were proposed to be transferred to other departments.
Okay.
Once we found out that the funding was available, one of the certificated staff person decided to remain in the other department where they were transferred to, as they had applied for that open vacancy anyway. That is Carla Calise in our office, part of the RTEC team. She was a program manager for migrant education that oversaw the direct services to the districts where we operate our migrant programs, such as Santa Rita, Gonzales, and South Monterey County Joint Unified School District. Given the uncertainty of the funding, we hesitated to bring back that position until we discovered that we were going to be funded for 26-27, at which point I discussed with Mr. Silva, the director, of bringing back not a program manager, but rather a director that would have greater oversight of the program. Simultaneously, we reduced the early learning program director, as that role is very limited at just working with the preschool program. So it wasn't a net gain of an individual, but rather reorganization of two positions into one, the director having greater jurisdiction and greater bandwidth of not only covering the preschool area, but also covering Carla Calise. So all to say that we had two positions that in creating a director role, we could then combine those responsibilities into one, because a director job description gives us greater bandwidth, greater spectrum of being able to cover from pre-K through adult education, and thus the addition of the director role. I hope that made sense.
Well, I'm gonna go back to the money person. So was this
Yeah.
position taken out in the last budget?
In 25-26, and so
Thank you.
added back
Thank
into
you.
26-27. Yeah,
Okay, great.
thank you.
And in special ed,
So those eliminations of positions are for students that are going back to district that had individual intensive services on their IEP. So they're either matriculating out or they're going back to district. And so we eliminate those positions.
and we just should point out too that You see this once a year, like how many we are reducing at the end of the year for those reasons. But the number of paraeducators changes all year long. Because every time we get a new student that where the IEP says they need a one-to-one, we're gonna add. Or if a student moves back to the district or moves out of our county, then we delete. So the number of paraeducators that we have are tied to those IEPs. So always a moving target.
Thank you for that info. I think it's pretty well that the board get to know exactly whether it was a new position or pre-existing position that look, due to the lack of funds was like set aside. Now, with the guarantee that we're getting those extra funds, it's been covered. So that's good. Good to know.
So here's our components of ending balance, that, for the 23 million. We've got our economic uncertainties there at 4%. As a county office, we only need 2%, but we always make sure that we have a 4% economic uncertainties reserve, so that's 5 million. We have our LCFF reserve in here of 3.5, the EPA, and revolving cash of 5,000. Then for our future obligations and liabilities, we have our OPEB actuarial liability. That's our other post-employment benefits of 8 million, which, as we've mentioned before, funds approximately 25% of the entire liability. We have future facilities needs of $3 million in this ending balance and differentiated assistance of 1.4 with our CalPERS reserved at 1.3 because that number has gone up again by about just 0.5% this year, but it's always fluctuating. So we want to make sure that we keep a reserve in there for making sure that we have our CalPERS paid. So those are our components of ending balance. Then these are a few of the slides that are in the book. The way the picture that kind of shows you where our revenues are coming from, with our LCFF source being the largest. Just a reminder that for counties, county offices of education are unrestricted is about 25% and restricted at 75%. Exactly the opposite is for school districts. So what that means really is it gives us very little discretionary money to play with. So again, here are our expenditures projected for 26-27, seeing that the certificated salaries, classified salaries, management salaries, employee benefits are really the largest part of this budget, as they are with any school district or county office. And then just another one for the expenditures. So there's a lot of things still to consider. I mean, this is a book that tells you the numbers as we know it to our best ability at this really truly this moment in time only, because there are so many things that are going to still come up. Cash flow projections is one of the things that we look at all the time. And this has a lot to do with the Prop 98 manipulations that happen. We always have to keep making sure that our cash remains steady. And we don't run out in June because we're not getting that apportionment until July. We also have some additional things that we look at. We have minimum wage increasing up to 17.40. We don't have anybody on our salary schedule that is at this point, at this low. And so it doesn't necessarily affect us, but it's something to keep in mind. And some of our small districts do have to make sure that they're making their salary schedules ratchet up because of the minimum wage. We continue to have a shortage of certificated staff, and we just mentioned our CalPERS increase. So then along with all those increases that you just saw, you can kind of look at what the school services projections are for our COLAs and realize that based on how that funding affects, the increases affect the county office. And you just saw our $350,000 increase for the 2.87. That doesn't even cover a 1%. And I think step and column was 800,000, I think is what it was, rightly? Yeah, 888,000 for step and column. And those are expenses that we just passed on to our employees that are eligible for that. So 27-28 is projected to be 3.06, and then we've got 3.34 and 3.14. So it's remaining pretty steady at about a 3% as far as projections go. We still have unemployment in California, 5.4%, which is higher than anybody else in the United States. As we say on here, due to weaker labor market conditions. And multi-year projections is the thing that I am always working on, especially with our districts, making sure that they have realistic multi-year projections, because you don't have to just look at this budget right here for this year, you have to look at 2 subsequent years. So that's a requirement. This is a slide that I had in here last year, just talking about the federal education budget. And we are hoping that we are going to be funded for our federal programs again. I mean, hope is not a plan, right? That we're gonna remain at flat funding. I mean, it would be amazing if we actually got an increase in it, but that's still not guaranteed. And so we're moving forward, and Janine will be doing her usual stellar job at advocating, and yeah, we hope for the best.
Yes. Now, we should point out, though, that it doesn't quite feel as risky this year with those federal programs, simply because last year, remember, the migrant program is forward funded, but last year they held back the funds, and then the federal budget said, we're cutting it. So that was problematic, but with, how do I say this? With budget negotiations last year at the federal level, my understanding, you tell me if I'm wrong, Colleen, is that part of the rule was they have to release those funds for the forward funded programs. So if they're gonna cut these programs that are forward funded, you would see it in the next budget year, not this particular one. So we feel like our migrant staff is perfectly safe for this year, but we're gonna have to fight like a dog again to ensure that that funding remains in place for the following years. Am I correct, or
You are correct.
getting old, you know, you fact check me.
All right, so just a couple other thoughts on here. The Legislative Analyst Office says that our current fiscal situation is unprecedented. I had to put that in there for you because they're a very conservative group. And so they're talking about that the budget remains overextended despite the booming revenues. And so these are the things that we have to make sure that we're ready for, that we've got to have the reserves in case the revenue that everybody's going, oh yay, California is generating so much revenue, it doesn't actually come to us, or that it is eliminated. So we have a structurally higher spending base at the state. This is talking about the state budget now, the diminished revenues, large accumulated debt burden, and the ongoing operating deficit. So those are the issues that we have to look at the state to make sure that this budget that we have here for MCOE is solid. A recommended fiscal approach is just adopting a disciplined and cautious fiscal strategy, which is what we do every year, recognizing that the recent revenue growth may not be sustainable long-term, which is what's going to affect our multi-year projections. Making sure that we are planning for some kind of economic downturn. And because of all of our global issues that are happening right now, it's very hard to predict how that might affect us. All right, so this is not the end of our job. Linda doesn't get to just go home now and say, yep, I'm done. So we have our public hearing for the proposed budget and the local control accountability plan scheduled for June 10th. June 24th is our board meeting date where we do the adoption of both. And then in July and August, we're going to be working hard to close the books for 25-26. This is the time of the year that I can't remember what year it is because you end up working in both of them. And then, as I already mentioned, mid-August, August 15th or so is going to be when a 45-day budget revise will be brought back to you. And I fully expect that we'll do that this year because there's just too many things that are not in this budget that we want to recognize as quickly as possible once the state budget is adopted. And then by September, we will have an ending balance that we know for 25-26, and then we'll start the first interim report. So financial summary for MCOE, we will be able to meet our financial obligations for 26-27 as well as the 2 subsequent years. And this is the information that will be going up to the state, and then the state does review our books and they send Janine a letter back that says whether they agree or they disagree, and they will be agreeing. Yes, they will. And special thanks, as we did before, already talked about this, program managers and their assistants to Lisa, Brenda, and Linda, all team effort. So thank you, everyone. Okay, do you want to go back to the book really quick?
Does anybody have any questions before she goes back to the book? No. Okay, we're ready for the book.
Okay. I'm gonna go through page by page.
Yay.
All right,
700.
so just really quick, if we kind of take a look at where we are on page 1, this is our total budget spreadsheet. This is the one that kind of gives the comparison between 26-27 expenditures compared to 25-26 expenditures. And you can see that we've got a column that has the difference in there so that you can kind of take a look at it and look at trends is more than anything. And when Deneen and I were looking at this, what we found the differences are more than anything is that the expenditures in 25-26 tend to be a little bit higher because in that budget, 25-26 expenditures, we've already recognized the carryover from the prior year. And so it increases your expenditures, right? And so the expenditures that we have in 26-27 are the most conservative budget, knowing that when we close the books for 25-26, we will likely have some ending balances that will then be added to the budget for 26-27, if that makes sense.
Well, and we should also say, and in some cases, we have some grants where we're gonna be in the last year of the
Oh,
grant.
yes,
And
yes.
so you will see in those particular programs like CalDEM, SCS, in our Ed Services Division, you'll see greater expenditures this year and fewer expenditures next year. And that's just pretty much how grants work as they're getting close to the end and closing out.
Yeah. Other differences are specifically because they are driven by the number of students that are being served. And as your student count goes up or down, then the revenue that's attached to them also will go up and down. So are there any questions on those pages?
Can we say thank you to Trustee McPherson, because this whole analysis right here was his idea, probably what, 10, 15 years ago?
It's really a good summary to be able to see.
What changed from
Very.
last year to this year. But thank you for this all those years ago.
So then starting on page 9 are when we break down our programs a little bit more with graphs, and we give you some historical information about those. So you can see that we're on trend with those. I did want to bring your attention just to page 28, which is our capital outlay. So that you can see for 26-27, the capital outlay that is being spent and what it's being spent on. Pointing out at the bottom of page 28, we've got 873,800. You can see that where it says MCOE main HVAC controls boiler upgrade. So this this is one of the things that we've been working on for, well, when was this building built? 1960, right? So we have a very old HVAC system in this building, and it doesn't allow anyone to work very comfortably. So we are going to make sure that we get that replaced and upgraded so that everyone can feel comfortable at their desks instead of. I'm sorry.
You don't really have a boiler, do you? Is there a boiler?
Do you know what? I don't even know. Those were the words that
General Services
that general
used, so I think
services
we
used, and those are the words that are putting
It is.
on here.
That's why sometimes when you come into certain offices, you'll see like a air conditioning thing that's going, like in business and finance, they get way too hot over there, so they have to add an air
Because we're
conditioner.
working hard.
And then you're freezing somewhere else, so you have all the little mini heaters going on. And why, when you're in a board meeting, you either freeze to death or you burn up, and it's hard to get the in between. And it breaks
Interesting.
down sometimes for a few days at a time and then we're all dying. So
It could be
finally,
the boiler that's still from 1960
60.
that we're working on.
yeah, so we finally have saved up enough now where we can get a new one for this next year. So
Interesting.
that's why she's pointing it out. We're so excited.
Yeah, I know, yeah. If you want to go to page 427, that is your county committee on school district organization budget. 427.
427.
So this is the one that collects all the expenditures for legal and for all of the work you do as county committees. And then if we turn the page again onto page 429, you can see the comparison between the 2 years, 25-26 to 26-27. You can see that in anticipation of not needing quite as much legal support, we've reduced that budget from 100,000 down to 75,000. Still knowing that we're not done with that, but addressing that this is an expense
Well, we
that
made
we,
progress.
yes,
Please.
yes.
Let's put it down.
Yeah.
So we're really hoping that there'll be no more territory transfers and no more unifications. So that's why we think we can decrease those legal costs.
And then if you want to move on to page 444, it's your county board of education budget. So the first couple pages is just the description. And you can see in the major changes from last year, we actually put in there that the board stipend increased from 500 to 1,000. So when you turn to page 447, you can see the result of that. You can see that the expense in 2,300, object 2,300 went from 42,000 to 84,000. And of course, that makes our health and welfare go up because that's based upon percentage of earnings. Also in 5,800, sorry. That went from 77,000 to 77,361, but it includes all the things that we've talked about. It includes 21,750 for foster care, 21,000 for Gladio. Also includes our community human services amount of 12,000. And we keep a budget in there of 35,000 for legal. The board elections is under 5870, so that has remained at 400,000 to cover those.
That gets spent if who's up in
4 of us.
four
Yeah.
in November? So that gets spent if we have
If you're running
tested.
against.
If
Yeah.
no one runs against you, then we get to keep that.
Mhm.
Not like you have
So
any say
make
in
sure
that.
it runs against you, yes. All right, let's see what else I had here. I've got so much time left. Do I have any questions at all that I can answer?
Any questions?
Not a question, but I want to thank you because I like numbers and I know how much you guys have been working putting this together. So it's a lot of work, a lot of time. So I want to thank all of you for putting this together. Thank you.
Well, I'd just like to commend Dr. Gus. As we know, halfway through this budget, somebody else will be in your chair and it is a very safe and it's a very flat budget. So that's all that a new superintendent could ask.
I was thinking that this morning, that this is my last budget with Dr. Gus. It feels,
I know, it's so
Yeah.
sad. Bittersweet.
yeah, I know, exactly. I'm happy for you though.
Doesn't sound like it.
I'm gonna work on the tone of my voice.
Well, and I just really want to again commend Dr. Stanley and the team and the entire cabinet. The cabinet meets weekly and they hear me say all the time, we have to be fiscally responsible. These are taxpayer dollars. We are very careful with every dollar we spend. we all pay a lot in taxes and you understand, like, that's not fun when you write that check. So it's important that elected officials and government organizations always keep that in mind and are fiscally responsible for every dollar that they're responsible for. And so Dr. Stanley's always kept us in the black, always ensured that we are being very careful and very safe with every dollar we spend. So our general public can be rest assured, there's no waste. We run a tight budget and think about every expenditure we make.
Thank you. So if there are no questions right now, I'm through.
Okay.
For this morning, but just know that if you have questions after the fact, just send me an email, come in and visit. We'll work through whatever questions you have, whatever concerns you might have. Happy to do that always.
All right, well, thank you very much. And our next item is a time certain 5.1 at 10:15. So we are on a break. Yep.
So we
Yep.
rearrange the room.
Thank you.
You sit well. Good job.
Yeah, that's.
Do you wanna?
That's why our time certain's at 10:15.
Yes.
But I just want you to know.
Oh,
For me.
I don't hear anybody.
Yeah.
There's snacks in the kitchen if anyone would like a snack. And I think we also had some leftover pasta.
We do, that's being cooked, so I'll have that available after your,
So if anyone would like the leftover pasta, we freeze it anytime we have leftover.
Leftovers.
If it's something that you can keep, we freeze it, so we have it. After the next.
we'll have some leftover pasta later.
So what do you guys think about this? Do you think this is helpful?
Oh, it's great.
You know what?
Different than what was in there.
Yes, it is.
It is.
The one that's in your thing is just blah.
Yeah, it is blah.
the,
It is
you
blah,
know,
but
Ready to move on to, we're on item 5.1, interdistrict transfer appeal number 252619, Salinas City Elementary School District. And we are going to move into, sorry.
No, you're good.
Dr. Guest, can you do introductions for us, please?
I can. And so Dr. Vella, I'm going to do it very, very quickly and then you can translate for us. So today we have with us Dr. Colleen Stanley in the back there, who's our Chief Business Official, Cindy Dunn, our Executive Assistant, Dr. Ralph Portes, our Deputy Superintendent, and that's all of our staff member, and Dr. Vella, of course, who you've already met. And then our Board of Trustees, our Board President, Trustee Heather Owens, our Vice Chair, Trustee Annette E. Steck, Trustee John McPherson, Trustee Virginia H. Mendoza, Trustee Jaime Fernandez, Trustee Mary Claypool, and Trustee Sandra Ocampo.
Yes.
And just a reminder that all comments need to be directed to the board members.
Por favor, pueden dirigir sus comentarios hacia los miembros de la mesa directiva.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gus. I'm going to dispense with the reading of the letter of appeal unless one or more of the parties request that the letter of appeal be read. Just so you know, all the board members have received the information.
Les quiere avisar la presidenta Owen que ya ellos han repasado el paquete y el caso y ya están conocidos con su petición. Solo quieran que lean toda la petición, pero si no, ellos ya están conocidos con el caso que ustedes también.
Okay. Dr. Guest, can you please state the powers of the county board in inter-district transfer appeal hearings?
Yes. Do you want to do simultaneous translation or do you want me to read it?
Or maybe like
Just
sections at a time, like maybe
Okay,
it's 3
sections at a-
paragraphs?
Yeah, okay, sounds good. The powers of the county board. This is a hearing by the Monterey County Board of Education on an appeal filed by or on behalf of student Dana Sophia San Juan Ortiz of the decision of the Salinas City Elementary School District to deny an inter-district attendance agreement for the student to attend Alisal Union School District for the 26-27 school year.
Esta es una audiencia llevada a cabo por el Consejo de Educación del Condado de Monterrey respecto a la apelación presentada por Dana San Juan Ortiz o en nombre de él o ella del fallo de Salinas City Elementary School District de negar un acuerdo de asistencia interdistrital para que el alumno asista al distrito Alisal el año escolar 2026-27.
The student's parent resides within the boundaries of the Salinas City Elementary School District. A summary of the case has been prepared by the County Office of Education and has been distributed to the County Board of Education.
A ustedes los padres, representantes del alumno que residen dentro de los límites del distrito Salinas City, pero han dado un resumen del caso, ha sido preparado este paquete para los miembros de la oficina, ha sido preparado por los miembros de la Oficina de Educación del Condado de Monterrey y ha sido distribuido al Consejo de Educación del Condado.
Section 46601 of the California Education Code authorizes the Monterey County Board of Education to make a decision on this appeal. The county board may also send the matter back to the district that denied the inter-district attendance request if there is significant new evidence introduced during the appeal hearing.
El artículo 46601 del Código de Educación de California autoriza a este Consejo de Educación del Condado de Monterrey emitir un fallo o una decisión respecto a dicha apelación. El Consejo del Condado también podría devolver el caso al distrito que denegó la solicitud de asistencia interdistrital si es que se presentan nuevas pruebas significativas durante la audiencia de apelación.
The County Board Policy 5117.1 on district attendance appeals directs the members to review the basis of the district's denial to determine whether there are unusual conditions that justify intervention by the county board. Also, granting the appeal must result in improving the educational and/or health interests of the student to such a critical degree that substantial positive results in the educational services to the student will result.
la política a 511 a 7.1 del Consejo del Condado respecto a apelaciones interdistritales ordena a los miembros de repasar el fundamento de la denegación del distrito para determinar si existen condiciones fuera de lo común que justifique intervención por parte del Consejo del Condado. Además, al conceder la apelación, deberá redundar en la mejora de los intereses educacionales o de salud del alumno hasta tal medida esencial que dé lugar a resultados positivos significativos en los servicios educacionales del alumno.
Thank you so much. Now I'm going to explain the procedures for the hearing and we will commence with the hearing. First, the appellant may state reasons for the county board to overturn the denial of the interdistrict transfer. And please direct your comments to the board.
Okay. Dice que ahora va a repasar los procesos de la apelación y que la familia puede hacer sus comentarios y dirigirse directamente a los miembros de la mesa directiva.
Next, the district may state reasons for the county board to uphold the district's decision to deny the interdistrict transfer.
Después, el distrito tendrá una oportunidad de presentar su caso y describir las razones por las cuales se le negó su transferencia.
The appellant may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
Después se le dará una oportunidad a usted de hacer cualquier otro comentario que quieran decir.
The district may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
Después, el distrito podría contestar a cualquier otra pregunta.
Then there'll be questions from the board. Please direct your comments to the board.
Después, los miembros de la mesa directiva tendrán la oportunidad de hacerle algunas preguntas a usted o al representante del distrito y dirija sus comentarios hacia ellos.
And then the board will deliberate.
Y después, la mesa directiva tomará todo en cuenta para hacer una decisión.
All right, I would like to invite the appellants to the
Sí,
podium.
pueden pasar al micrófono. O como gusten, el que quiera representar. Sí, pase. Okay. Ahora es su oportunidad de presentar su caso, de describir su historia y por qué está buscando esta petición.
Ok, está bien. Hola, buenos días.
Good morning.
Bueno, soy madre de mi hija, Dana,
I'm the mother of Donna.
y vengo a exponer el caso de lo que pasa que mi hija está asistiendo ahí desde TK.
I'm here to share with you that my daughter has been attending the current school since TK
En la escuela César
at
Chávez.
Cesar Chavez School.
Y ya tengo 4 niñas
I have 4 daughters,
y las 4 niñas han asistido en esa escuela César Chávez.
and all 4 daughters have come through Cesar Chavez School.
Ay, mi hija, bueno, pues las 4 han asistido ahí y luego la señora que me las cuida, la babysitting,
All my daughters have attended that school and then the babysitter.
ya llevo más de 17 años
I have 17
Conociéndola.
years knowing the babysitter and working with her.
y, por ejemplo, cualquier como emergencia o algo así,
And for example, any emergency,
a la señora va y me la recoge o me llama por teléfono, porque principalmente ella también la tenemos en contacto de emergencia.
the lady calls me in case of an emergency. She's very attentive to my kids. We even have her as an emergency contact.
Y también quiero agregar que pues como por ejemplo yo no tengo familiares aquí cercanos.
I want to add that I don't have any family members here
Y,
nearby.
pues para mí es como un familiar la señora.
So to me, the babysitter is like a family member.
Incluso mi hija pues le dice no Aurelia su nombre, sino le dice como abuelita o así.
In fact, my daughter doesn't call her by her name Aurelia, rather she calls her grandma.
Y siento que sería como un impacto fuerte para la niña de moverla. Yo sé que ya nomás le quedan como 2 años en la primaria, pero ella va a ir pues sí acostumbrándose como mira a sus hermanas que van trascendiendo de escuela en escuela.
Yeah, I feel that would impact even though she's going to be a 5th grader in 2 more years at school. But she's been with this babysitter for a long time, and I feel it would impact me to move her.
Y Y también quería agregar de que pues como nosotros trabajamos en el campo y pues nos levantamos muy temprano para alistarla y dejar a mis otras niñas de que se van a sus escuelas, ¿verdad?
I want to say that we work in the fields and we get up really early. And so we take my daughters to the babysitter early.
Y la niña pues la dejamos muy temprano con la señora a las 5 de la mañana.
We drop them off at 5 a.m.
Nosotros trabajamos en el campo
because we work in the fields.
y pues más que nada no tenemos otra persona más como confiable en dejar a la niña ahí.
And more importantly, we don't have anybody else of trust that we can leave our children with.
Y pues sería como un impacto muy fuerte para ella.
It would be a significant impact for her.
Y pues ella también va muy bien en la escuela.
She's also doing very well in school.
Nosotros no vivimos cerca de ahí, pero todos los días va la niña a la escuela. Y incluso el 1 de junio va a recibir un certificado de que ha ido todo el año escolar a la escuela.
Yeah. We're very active. While we don't live nearby, we frequent the school. And in fact, on June 1st, she's going to be receiving a recognition that she's doing well in school.
Y pues sí, les pediría que me ayudaran con ese proceso porque pues sería un impacto muy fuerte para ella. Más que nada.
So we're here to kindly ask that you support us in keeping our daughter because it would be a significant impact for her.
Gracias.
¿Quieres agregar? Muchas gracias. No sé si
Como
Sí,
usted quiere agregar algo.
quieres agregar.
Hola, buenos días. Soy el papá de Dana San
Good
Juan.
morning, I'm Dana San Juan's father.
Pues como comenta mi esposa, trabajamos los dos en el campo.
Like my wife said, we both work in
A
the
veces
fields.
ahorita andamos en la fresa, a mí me toca trabajar también en invierno en la uva. A veces no
Right now, we're
trabajo,
working in strawberry. In the winter, we
cercas.
work in grapes.
me voy hasta Hollister, hasta los más fondos donde no tengo señal de
Sometimes I'm in Hollister, I don't have phone signal.
y pues lo más importante es de que como la niña va bien, no queremos en este transcurso de que cambie de escuela, de nuevos compañeros, del bajón de sus
We're
clases.
worried that
Eso es lo
in
que
getting
más nos
getting our
preocupa.
daughter out of school, that it might impact her academically. She has good friendships.
Y luego principalmente el área donde vivimos no es un lugar, digamos que esté muy bonito, hay mucho peligro para ella si se fuera hasta el autobús aunque esté cerca.
We're
No
also
respeta.
concerned that the area where we live is not the safest, so we're concerned even in her walking the school bus.
La gente no respeta el autobús cuando tiene el stop y casi. Y luego también hay muchos animales, perros sueltos. Ya me pasó con el caso de mi hija que va a la middle school. La mordió un husky. Y
We're also concerned, there's loose dogs. It happened with one of our other daughters that a
como-
husky bit her.
como mi niña chiquita le tiene miedo a los perros, nomás empieza a correr y me da miedo que se atraviese la calle. Nomás.
And the youngest one is scared of dogs and we're afraid that she'll run across the street.
Eso sería todo.
That would be.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to call the district forward to state their reasons.
Good morning, President Nolan, Superintendent Gus, board members, and colleagues and community members present. Parents, my name is Esteban Hernandez. I'm the Executive Director of Pupil Services for Salinas City Elementary School District. And I have a letter that our superintendent, Dr. Andrade, asked me to read on behalf of the cases that are going to be heard this morning. Regarding Dana Sofia San Juan Ortiz, a student entering the 5th grade, members of the Monterey County Office of Education Board, on behalf of the Salinas City Elementary School District, we respectfully request support for the district's decision to deny the inter-district transfer request submitted for Dana Sofia. Dana Sofia's school of residence within Salinas City Elementary School District is Sherwood Elementary School. The stated reasons for the request is that the student's babysitter resides in the Alisal area, while the district recognizes and respects the child care needs for families. The circumstance does not meet the established criteria under EDCO for an interdistrict transfer approval. In this case, the childcare concerns does not create an undue barrier to attendance at the student's school of residence, Sherwood, as the student's school of residence, Sherwood, is approximately 5 minutes by car from the requested school. Given this close proximity, the babysitter would still be able to pick up the student from Sherwood without substantial travel burden. Therefore, the request appears to be based primarily on preference for convenience rather than a qualifying hardship that would warrant release from the district. Salinas City, y voy a traducir un resumen un momentito, no quiero que piensen que estoy ignorando. Es que no quiero, le voy a dar un resumen completo. Salinas City also provides designed supports to assist working families, including before school supervision beginning at 7:30 and extended after school enrichment and academic supports until 6 p.m. These services provide safe and structured and flexible options for families within the district. Additionally, Salinas City continues to provide comprehensive educational opportunities and student support services designed to meet the needs of all students and families. The district offers dual immersion opportunities, advanced learner services, blended and virtual learning options, project-based learning experiences, and equitable access to enrichment and academic support programs across its schools. The district also wishes to express a procedural concern regarding the timing of new information shared by MCOE that was provided to regarding EDCO regulations just yesterday, which has not provided the district sufficient time or the board to review, analyze, and determine the implications of this information. Additionally, there are currently no interagency agreements between Salinas City and any district in Monterey County regarding interdistrict transfers. Given the significance of these decisions for school districts across the county, we respectfully hope the MCOE board will not make discretionary decisions based on newly provided information that local districts have not had a meaningful opportunity to review. We also believe this matter would benefit from a countywide discussion with the MCOE Superintendent's Council before new interpretations or practices are applied in appeal decisions. School districts should have the opportunity to understand, discuss, and respond to any new guidance or regulatory interpretation that may impact local decision-making, around stability, board policy, implementation, and the need for any future interagency agreements. The district has carefully reviewed this request and determined that the reason provided does not rise to the level contemplated under a code or district policy to warrant approval for an interdistrict transfer. California's interdistrict transfer laws were not intended to establish unrestricted school choice where the district of residence can provide access to strong educational programs, student supports, and reasonable family center services. For these reasons, Salinas City's elementary school district respectfully asks the Monterey County Office of Education Board to uphold the district's denial decision in this matter. One point that is not included in the letter is our board policy recognizes that at a point when more than 1% of the district's ADA is exceeded in interdistricts out, the board may say no to any more. Right now, we are way beyond that. We're about 6% of interdistrict agreements out of the district, whereas based on our current ADA of 8,200, the max would be 82 students, and we are in the hundreds leaving the district. So I just wanted to point that out for reference in terms of the threshold that is required for policy. Entonces, la carta que yo leí es una carta que escribió nuestra superintendente, la doctora Rebeca Andrade, en favor del distrito de escuelas de Salinas. Ella pide que la decisión del distrito de negar el acuerdo entre distritos para Sofía sea mantenida, porque la escuela, ella asiste, o ella vive en una escuela, ella vive en un vecindario que es cercano a una escuela de nuestro distrito, la escuela Sherwood, y la razón que ustedes solicitan es porque la persona que la cuida vive en el área de Alizal. Y el distrito reconoce que las familias necesitan cuidado para sus niños. Las circunstancias, sin embargo, las circunstancias por el Código de Educación Legal no reconocen esa como una de las razones que pueden ser aprobadas automáticamente. Eso, el hecho de que la persona que la cuida no viva cerca, no significa que no se pueda llevar a la niña a su escuela de residencia, que es la escuela Sherwood. También queremos decirle que el distrito ofrece asistencia para las familias que trabajan ante esa escuela, donde los niños pueden llegar y recibir supervisión desde las 7:30 de la mañana y estar en el programa de enriquecimiento después de clases hasta las 6 de la tarde. Estos servicios proveen cuidado seguro, estructurado y opciones flexibles para las familias. También queremos ofrecer que hay programas educativos comprensivos para apoyar las necesidades de todos los estudiantes. La doctora Andrade también expresó la necesidad de reunirse con los miembros de la mesa directiva y el concilio de los superintendentes para repasar todos estos acuerdos y que haya una claridad en cómo se puede aprobar acuerdos entre distritos y que las decisiones que tengan que ser llevadas aquí sean informadas y que todos entiendan lo que el Código de Educación requiere.
Thank you. All right, so you may now succinctly state any final rebuttal.
¿Les gustaría agregar cualquier otro comentario, a enfatizar algún punto que quieran decir?
Yo sí.
Gracias.
Como el punto que en la carta que nos dio, yo entiendo perfectamente que abren la cafetería a las 7:30, pero nosotros por nuestro trabajo diario no nos van a decir, hey, te voy a dar permiso, a lo mejor 1 o 2 días, sí, pero diario, ¿cómo vamos a dejar a la niña ahí a las 7 solita en la cafetería? A veces llueve, en invierno está el frío. Yo entiendo que la podemos también dejar después de escuela, pero lo que no nos entienden es que nosotros trabajamos y la llevamos para poder sostenernos. Si imagínense, así no vamos a tener empleo nosotros.
I understand in the district's letter stating that services are available at 7:30 a.m. Perhaps we could do that once or twice a week, but that would require special permission from our job to be able to enter to work late. We could not sustain that every single day, and that could impact our employment. I also understand that there may be after-school programs available, but again, we work in the fields and our time is not certain. So the schedule doesn't work for us personally to take her to school and to pick her up. ¿Algo más?
Pues eso sería todo, más eso es lo que quería dar a entender de que, pues aunque den todo eso, esas ayudas, entiendo perfectamente, pero afortunadamente si ella no trabaja, estaría perfectamente, pero ¿de qué nos va a ayudar si ella la puede llevar a la mera hora de la entrada de la escuela y recogerla antes? Y porque la niña va bien. Entonces dijera, va mal, entonces sí, la tengo después de escuela, pero como va perfectamente, tampoco no la quiero frustrar.
Yeah. So I understand the services that the district provides, but in this case, it doesn't work for us. And even for the after-school program, my daughter is doing very well. There's no need for her to attend extended day programs at this point. And I don't want to frustrate her with adding more work to her. It's okay.
I just wanted to, I don't know if I was able to hear or understand the point that was expressed about the fact that there was a factor that was not just childcare, because it was more about the familiarity with the school, because I thought expressed that his wife is the one who takes the child to school. ¿Usted es la que la lleva a la escuela? O
no, es la babysitter, pero por ejemplo.
Just clarify. So then that was.
Thank you. Okay, we are now have questions from the board members. Yes, we're looking for questions right now.
La dirección que pusieron en el documento es la dirección donde viven ahora o donde vivían antes, porque menciona la nota que se cambiaron de casa.
Sí, nos.
I'm sorry.
Sí, por favor, conteste.
Hold on, let me say it in English. I want to know if the address on the document is the address where they live now or the address where they used to live, because the note says they mentioned that you guys moved. That's the question. I want to know if that's the present address right now.
Entonces, el domicilio de 175 Carr Avenue, Unidad C. ¿Ese es el domicilio presente o en el que vivían?
Ese es el presente.
So 175 Carr Avenue, Unit C, Salinas, 93905 is where they currently live.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? John?
Is this your youngest and last child?
Es la niña, Dana es la niña más joven y la última que está en primaria.
Sí.
Yes.
And if we don't approve your appeal, the district has said that their evaluation is the babysitter could do what the babysitter does now because the school is pretty close. Can that happen?
Si es que se les fuera a negar el caso, al distrito ha comentado que la niñera podría llevar a su hija a la nueva escuela. ¿Eso podría suceder?
No, está muy retirado desde donde vive, de la escuela, y también
Y ella
cuida
tiene
también
otros
otros niños que van ahí a la escuela.
Bebés también.
They believe that the school is far from the childcare, and the childcare provider takes care of other children as well.
Yeah, yes.
Does the babysitter has a license to babysit those children?
La niñera tiene licencia para dar cuidado de niño.
La verdad, no sé.
No sabemos. Por lo regular cuida como a sus nietos, porque ella es una persona mayor.
So she's an elderly lady. We're not sure about the license, but mainly she takes care of her grandchildren,
That's true.
A sus nietos.
primarily her grandchildren.
Okay, John?
For the district, so if I have this correct, the district has approved their interdistrict transfer request for 6 years. Okay, but now,
Because it just, okay, so so as I have indicated before, before the changes were executed last spring,
mhm,
there was a different criterion that was being considered after that. Then the only 4 ed code requiring are the ones that we currently.
right, well, you can please tell the superintendent that I take issue with her statement that says before new interpretations or practices are applied in the appeal decisions. I've been here 15 years. We've been pretty consistent. The change obviously is coming from the district. And so it ruffles my feathers a little bit that the district made these changes and now is looking at the county board as being the one who has made changes. It says in the letter that this matter would benefit from a countywide discussion with the MCOE Superintendent's Council. I think that'd be a fabulous idea. If all the superintendents could get together and talk about how we don't continue to have these, that would be great. But I just wanted to make, the point is clear. The change is coming from the district. Thank you.
Any other questions? Sandra?
I'm gonna speak to them in Spanish and then I'll get back to you.
Okay, do you have a question for them? A question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dice que le queda la escuela Sherwood muy lejos de su casa.
Pues sí está un poco retirado, pero como le había comentado sobre los carros que no respetan el autobús, el peligro más que nada. Y más aparte hay muchos animales sueltos que a veces le llamamos a la ciudad, pero no los agarran. Es como explica.
La misma distancia de su casa es la misma distancia a la escuela que está atendiendo ahorita.
No, está más lejos.
La escuela que está atendiendo ahorita está más lejos.
Está más lejos. Sí.
Sandra, Mary is asking for clarification on each question before you move on to the
Yes,
next question.
Mr. Bella, would you please translate what I'm asking in English?
Sure. The first question I believe was if the school where they are requesting the transfer to, is it far from their current residence? And the gentleman replied that it is a little far, but their concern is more the safety around the bus pickup area. And then trustee Ocampo then asked if the new school where they're wanting to go is also far, and parent replied that it's even a little further.
Wait, the new school? No, it's the
No.
same school, the current school.
No, it's further.
No.
It's más lejos.
No, it's a current school. It's not a new school. It's a current school. She's already
Current school,
enrolled.
yes.
My asking was this. She's attending one district already, right? So I ask you, how far do you guys live from where she's attending school right now in comparison where she's appealing to attend?
De donde vive ahorita a la César Chávez es más lejos de donde viven ahorita a la Sherwood.
Sí, es más lejos.
Yes, it is a little further. It is further.
And in regards to safety issues about dogs barking in and the back neighborhood, I understand where you're coming from. En lo que refiere, now I'll translate in Spanish myself, en lo que refiere a la seguridad de la niña por los perros que andan en la calle sueltos, that issue is citywide. Ese tema o ese pendiente es en toda la ciudad, no solamente, not only where you guys live, no solamente donde ustedes viven, ¿sí? Es un tema, it's a complicated safe issue around the city. I guess my biggest concern it is that, and according to the letters that we've been receiving, we had been approving a lot of petitions in regards to.
Sandra, I'm gonna interrupt you because this is a time for
Oh.
questions, not for deliberation.
Okay, you got me right. So my question will be, is there any, hay alguna posibilidad? Is there any way that you can find another babysitter in the other district that she's
Es
applying
posible que
to?
ustedes encuentren a otra niñera más cerca a la escuela donde pertenecen.
No.
No, no tenemos gente de confianza.
No, we don't have anybody that we trust.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question that was in the reference from the superintendent's letter that there was a change in the ed code, but the ed code actually had changed when?
January 1st, 2025.
You're right. Okay, so the district actually should have been complying with this from that point.
That's when enforcement of that.
When it went, okay. Thank you.
I want to ask a clarifying question to make sure we all understand. The school she's attending now is Cesar Chavez School and Alisal School District on an inter-district transfer that's been approved since TK.
En la escuela donde al momento está asistiendo es la escuela César Chávez, en un acuerdo que se aprobó desde kinder.
Sí, parece que sí.
Sí. Desde kinder, porque
¿Desde pre-kinder o desde kinder?
desde TK.
TK, okay, okay. So it's not a new school. She would be remaining in the school that she has been in.
Entonces no es una
since-
escuela nueva la César Chávez, nomás es permanecerse en la escuela que ya tiene desde transition.
Sí, okay, gracias. All right, any other clarifying questions or questions for the parents or the district? Okay, I'm going to close this portion of the hearing and we will start the deliberation.
Y ahora va a comenzar las decisiones.
Mary.
Yeah, I had a question for Dr. Gus or Dr. Purse, I'm not sure which one. In the letter that they passed out, she says, while the district recognizes and respects the childcare needs of families, this circumstance does not meet the criteria established under California Education Code for an inter-district transfer appeal. But our criteria for consideration of inter-district appeals, number 6, I think it is, says we are supposed to consider childcare. So how does that,
Or they.
which one is correct?
You
You can.
can. Yes.
We're allowed to, but we don't.
So they're
have
giving
to.
us that extra leeway.
Correct.
Yes.
Basically.
Yes, the county board has
It's kind of awkward.
this leeway. And what's happening is the district is enforcing the
Strict ed code.
strict ed codes for who they let out or in.
It kind of puts us in the middle of.
It does.
It's so unfair.
Do you have a comment, John?
I think it's fair to say that there are legally required reasons why that a district has to allow a transfer.
Right.
That they don't have a choice. If they meet the criteria, you have to allow it. And they are sticking to those legally required reasons, although they would have, and they have in the past, used other circumstances. But the change that they've made is if the situation does not match the legally required definition in ed code, they're not letting them go.
I'm just saying, they don't have to do it then.
Okay. Any other comments before I make my comment? So I am looking at this, and criteria for consideration, and I have selected childcare considerations. The school does not provide a 5 a.m. childcare. And then I'm also looking at whether good cause otherwise exists, because this child has already been on an interdistrict transfer since TK. And in the best interest of the child, to stay at the school where she's already established herself and not move her in 5th grade, to make new friends and establish new relationships. And that's what I'm looking at. Okay.
Before you call for the second,
Yes,
I'd like to make a comment.
sure, thank you.
Thank you. Lately, we've been getting a lot of appeals from different districts. And we as a board feel that pressure about doing the right and wrong in helping districts and families, which I've been voting mainly on favor of that. But then back in my mind, I keep thinking, am I hurting someone by supporting the motion or not? And after and we all got a copy of Dr. Andrade's letter. And when you read through the letter, it's very painful to know that in 2025, they've lost interchange in district students up to 454 going to different districts as Santa Rita and as Freckles.
And that's in the other.
Okay,
Okay.
that's what it says here. I'm just reading what I received. And at that point, also, the vision is happening, declining enrollment, not just Monterey wide, but statewide, okay? I just want to be sure that if I give my support or not, it's because I want to find a balance about saying, okay, I'm with you now, but I have to be excused. Because if I continue going that lead, the district is gonna be losing up to $1.2 million per year by allowing MCOE the transfer of every student to their district. So my biggest concern is like, if there were to happen, Salinas City School District is gonna be cutting programs, teachers, and also whatever activities they're offering. And in the same letter, it says that they're doing the possible to make sure to work with the parents to provide a safety net for that student. But we all have to understand that we do not provide their care, babysitting at our school sites. And that's the responsibility of every parent. So I found myself, like, this is just getting too much of that. We don't know how many more appeals are coming this way. But as a mother, I understand them. But by, doing the job, and my commitment is like, I like to find the balance with the school districts and the inter-districts and the MCOB. And so for me, it's difficult to continue just because they're care provider, I'm saying yes. Up to a point that when they approached us, with this kind of a letterhead and information, that for example, by example, Salinas City District had an attendance of 8,236 students. They drop it now to 7,424. And by 2031 to 2033, a decrease will be nearly up to 10%. Income, ADA, that is not coming to Salinas City District. So at what point can we find the balance, Dr. Gus? And that's the biggest concern for me, and it's hard to digest. It's true.
And
I'd
that-
just like to share that with the board, so I can get it around.
And since you said Dr. Gus, let me respond to that and say, that is the problem with declining enrollment. I mean, it does create issues. And then that's why you're seeing districts who are not allowing inter-district transfers like they have in the past. And it's also critical to remember that every decision you make, if you approve an inter-district transfer, it's for the grade span. So it's not just 1 year, it's those years until the students have exited. And the other piece to that is that one district cutting off an inter-district transfer also impacts another district, like you have seen in some of the situations where the district was receiving 40% of their students on inter-district transfers. So all of these appeals are coming because one thing triggers the next thing. So.
In the other hand, if I see an appeal that says that the district are not providing certain classes and they want their kids to come interact in the other district, then I'm all for it. Or if it's a special kid that it needs extra services. But when it comes to just daycare provider, my question is, until what number are we going to stop saying, like we're doing right now with Washington District? Because the lack of funding, every appeal that it comes in, we're saying, no, we cannot let you go to that school. You have to go to another district. And so it's a balance. It's a hard balance to find. I know it's difficult, but it bothers me a whole lot.
All right, thank you. We're gonna move on. Is there a motion? Sure.
As a mother, I understand your situation and you trust the babysitter and the baby.
To us, a comment to us or a comment to
To the
them?
parents. Yeah.
No, we're on
Okay.
Son
deliberation.
comentarios, no preguntas.
No, it's not a question. It's a
Okay,
comment.
can I get a motion?
I'll second your motion.
Nobody's made a
Oh, no,
motion?
never mind.
Is there a motion?
I withdraw my
You're
second.
right. Get it over.
If nobody's gonna make a motion, I will make a motion. I hereby move that student 25-26-19 shall be allowed to attend the LaSalle Union School District through the highest grade offered by the school in which they are enrolled. Is there a second for my motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Two nays?
Oppose.
Two nays. All right, motion passes. Thank you. So congratulations.
Gracias. Gracias a todos.
Thank you very much.
Parent is already here.
Sí,
So,
conmigo ya está.
hold on.
Okay.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Quería agradecer, muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
And if we have our next set of parents here for Monica Gregario Garcia, can they please come to the front? You see here? Right, Violeta Garcia, ¿está aquí? Do we have?
Los padres de Violeta? No?
I think
Are they
Ralph might
back
find them
outside?
outside.
Excuse me. Do we have the parents of Violeta Garcia here?
Yes, because it's supposed to be that.
¿Ustedes son los padres de Violeta? Gracias.
De Mónica.
Is that the next one?
Yeah.
Is that the-
Sí. Sí.
Thank you. Yes.
Y donde always find it.
Si gusta sentarse aquí en Pinos.
Sí.
Sí.
Sí, sí, sí.
Siéntese aquí. Usted está
5.2.
Yes. Okay, we are on item 5.2, the interdistrict transfer appeal number 252620. Salinas City Elementary School District. Let's see. Introductions, Dr. Gus.
Yes, with us today, we have our Chief Business Official, Dr. Colleen Stanley, our Executive Assistant, Cindy Dunn, our Assistant Superintendent of Student Services, Dr. Ernesto Vela, and I'm Deneen Gus, County Superintendent. And
Nosotros somos el mundo de personas.
our Board of Trustees, we have our Chair, Trustee Heather Owen.
Buenos dias.
We have our Vice Chair, Trustee Annette Eustak, Trustee John McPherson, Trustee Virginia H. Mendoza, Trustee Jaime Fernandez, Trustee Mary Claypool, and Trustee Sandra Ocampo.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gus. I'm going to dispense with with the reading of the letter of appeal unless one or more parties request that the letter of appeal be read. Just want to assure you that we have all received it. All the board members have
La
received
presidenta
it.
les quiere asegurar que ellos han recibido el paquete con su caso y están conocidos con su caso.
Great. Dr. Gus, can you state the powers of the county board and interdistrict attendance appeal hearing?
Yes. This is a hearing by the Monterey County Board of Education on an appeal filed by or on behalf of student Monica Gregorio Garcia of the decision of the Salinas City Elementary School District to deny an inter-district attendance agreement for the student to attend Alisal Union School District for the 26-27 school year. The student's parent resides within the boundaries of the Salinas City Elementary School District. A summary of the case has been prepared by the County Office of Education and has been distributed to the County Board of Education.
Esta es la audiencia llevada a cabo por el Consejo de Educación del Condado de Monterrey respecto a su apelación presentado por su hija Mónica Gregorio García, donde se le negó el contrato interdistrital de Salinas City para atender al distrito Alizal para el año escolar 2026-27. Ustedes viven dentro de los límites del condado de Salinas City y el caso ha presentado y el paquete se ha presentado a la mesa directiva.
Section 46601 of the California Education Code authorizes the Monterey County Board of Education to make a decision on this appeal. The county board may also send the matter back to the district that denied the interdistrict attendance request if there is significant new evidence introduced during the appeal hearing.
El artículo 46601 del Código Educacional le da la autoridad a esta mesa directiva de hacer una decisión sobre su caso o también puede regresar el caso al distrito si surge nueva información que se ha presentado.
The county board policy 5117.1 on interdistrict attendance appeals directs the members to review the basis of the district's denial to determine whether there are unusual conditions that justify intervention by the county board. Also, granting the appeal must result in improving the educational and/or health interests of the student to such a critical degree that substantial positive results in the educational services to the student will result.
La política 5117.1 le da la autoridad a este Consejo del Condado de hacer una decisión sobre su caso y tomar el mejor interés de su hija en mente para asegurar que su programa de instrucción siga adecuadamente.
Thank you, Dr. Gus. Now I will explain the procedures for the hearing and we will commence the hearing. First, the appellant may state the reasons for the county board to overturn the denial of the interdistrict transfer. And please be sure to direct all of your comments to the board.
Ahora ustedes primero tendrán una oportunidad de abrir su caso, de presentar su historia y que por favor dirijan los comentarios hacia los miembros de la mesa directiva.
Then the district may state the reasons for the county board to uphold the district's decision to deny the interdistrict transfer.
Después el distrito tendrá la oportunidad de presentar su caso y darles la razón por la cual le han negado su petición.
Then the appellant may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
Después ustedes tendrán otra oportunidad de de enfatizar cualquier otro punto, algo que no pudieron hacer en la primera ronda, lo pueden repetir.
Then the district may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
Y después el distrito también tendrá una oportunidad final de también presentar su caso.
Then there will be questions from the board, and please direct your comments back to the board.
Después la mesa directiva quizás le haga unas preguntas a ustedes o al distrito y que por favor dirijan sus comentarios hacia ellos.
And then the board will deliberate.
Y después la mesa directiva entre ellos platicarán sobre el caso y hacer una decisión.
Right? So I would like to call the family forward.
Ahora les piden a ustedes que pasen para platicar su caso. ¿Sí? Sí. Si quieren los dos, como el que quiera hablar. El que quiera hablar. Ok. Pueden iniciar y yo traduzco. ¿Ok?
Sí, buenos días, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Violeta García, soy la mamá de Mónica Gregorio.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Violeta Garcia. I'm the mother of Mónica Gregorio.
La razón es por la que estoy aquí es para ver sobre mi hija, de que siga en la escuela donde está ahorita actualmente.
The reason I am here today is to ask that you consider keeping my daughter where she's currently at.
La razón importante es por la que quiero que se quede ahí es por la babysitting, que la cuida desde que ella era bebé.
The most important reason that I would like you to know is that we want to keep her with a babysitter who's been there since, who's taken care of her since she's been a baby.
Y es por la razón de la que él empezó a ir a esa escuela y es a donde va ahorita, y por eso quiero que se quede, porque si la cambian va a ser un cambio nuevo para mí, porque tendría que buscar nueva niñera y pues se me haría más difícil.
Yeah, I would want her to stay where she's currently at with school with the current babysitter. Having to change her childcare would be very difficult for me.
Sí, porque es una persona de confianza, porque yo estoy sola aquí, no tengo familiares, no tengo con quién más acudir para pedirle ayuda, como cuando sucede una emergencia o algo, pues yo recurro principalmente con la babysitter.
We trust the babysitter a lot. We don't have any other family members in the area, and we count on the babysitter for everything.
Y también porque se me hace más fácil porque tengo un hijo que va en la escuela vecina de mi primo, y cuando no puede la babysitter o yo, pues mis hijos pueden ir a recogerla y llevarla a la escuela.
Another reason is that I have a son in the neighboring school next to Fremont, and whenever the babysitter cannot pick her up, my son can do that.
Y también porque la escuela ya la siento como parte de mi familia, porque ella empezó desde el kinder hasta ahorita, y se me hace familiar, y no se me hace justo que vaya a otra escuela y empezar de nuevo.
We're very familiar with the school. She started there since she was in kindergarten, and I don't feel it's fair to move her school at this point.
Y también porque ella es como una niña muy, muy sentimental, que como cuando le hacemos cambios, como que se pone triste, y me preocupa también como si pueda bajar de calificación o...
I'm also very worried because my daughter is very sensitive, and I'm concerned that a drastic change could impact her.
Así, buenos días, mi nombre es Elisa Gregorio. Soy
Good morning, I'm Elizar Gregorio,
de Mónica.
father of Monica.
Amablemente le pido a la mesa directiva que tomen en cuenta estos puntos que estamos dando.
I asked the board to take in consideration the points that we are making.
Así como tocó el tema mi esposa, de que ya nos familiarizamos con la escuela.
Like my
Tanto mi
wife
hija
said, we're very familiar with the current school.
como mi hija es muy amigable con los maestros, los demás maestros, todo el personal. Todo
My
el
daughter
personal
has
de
a
la
great
escuela.
relationship with the teachers and all the school personnel.
Y por esa razón estamos pidiendo estos puntos que quiero que se tomen en cuenta.
Yeah, this is one of the points I want to emphasize, and thank you for taking our case into your hands.
Gracias.
Gracias. Okay, district may come forward.
Good morning. Good morning again. Dr. Hernandez, Salinas City Elementary School District People Services. As I have indicated before, our district's discretion right now in terms of approval of transfers is primarily in relation to the ed code required areas or criteria, meaning if the student has been expelled, if the student is a victim of bullying, if the student is child of an active duty military parent, or if the child is the child of a parent that works within the requested boundary of the requested district. But I also want to emphasize again that our district, based on policy, may prohibit transfers if the net number of students leaving exceeds 1% of the district's average daily, which would be 82 students. At this point, we're in the hundreds. So that's why I wanted to stress those points as the main reasons that drive the discussion currently being held by the board. Buenos días. Le voy a leer una carta que escribió nuestra superintendente para la mesa directiva del condado. Expliqué que el distrito tiene 4 criterios por los cuales automáticamente tiene que aprobar acuerdos fuera del distrito si el niño ha sido una víctima de acoso, si el niño ha sido expulsado, si el niño es hijo de alguien que trabaja en el militar o sirve en el servicio militar, o si el niño es hijo de un padre que trabaja en el área de la escuela que están solicitando. Tengo una carta que voy a leer y luego le voy a dar un resumen a ustedes en español.
This is a new letter or the
Yes,
same
let me
letter?
just explain. Dr. Andrade asked me to read a personalized letter. She has a letter that she wrote that's personalized for each case today. So I'm going to, since I have already read it in its entirety, I'll address the points that are specific to this case so that, because it's, you've already received it and have it in your hands and have heard it. So regarding Monica Gregorio Garcia, student entering 4th grade, on behalf of the district's Salinas City Elementary School District, we respectfully request support of the district's decision to deny the inter-district transfer request for Monica, the 4th grade student. Monica's school of residence within Salinas City is Roosevelt Elementary. The stated reasons to the request, the student babysitter resides in Alisal, the Alisal area. While the district recognizes and respects the child care needs of families, the circumstance does not meet the criteria established under our code and that our district board policy is enforcing. In this case, the child care concern does not create an undue barrier to attendance as the students at the student's school of residence. Fremont Elementary is approximately 5 to 10 minutes by car from the requested school. Given this proximity, the babysitter may be able to pick her up without substantial child burden. Therefore, the request appears to be based primarily on preference or convenience rather than a qualifying hardship that would warrant release from the district. Again, the district supports families, including before school supervision at 7:30 and extended after school care with enrichment and academic supports until 6 p.m. These services provide safe, structured, and flexible options for families within the district. We offer dual immersion, advanced learner services, blended and virtual learning, project-based learning experiences. And the superintendent has also requested more time to go over additional changes to guidelines related to inter-district transfers with the county superintendent's council, so that there is an understanding of agreements that may be able to be executed in the future for these purposes. So básicamente le expliqué al leer la carta que escribió nuestra superintendente que su niña pertenece a nuestro distrito y es una estudiante que asistiría si estuviera con nosotros a la escuela Roosevelt. La razón que ustedes solicitaron es referente al cuidado de niños. Es uno de los criterios que no es un criterio automático. Anteriormente se aprobaba, pero hoy día ya no es un criterio automático porque tenemos hemos perdido muchos estudiantes en nuestra matrícula de estudiantes en el distrito y Por consiguiente, tenemos que ser más conscientes de cuántos estudiantes salen del distrito que nos pertenecen a nosotros. Tenemos cuidado para los niños antes de escuela, comenzando desde las 7:30 de la mañana, y cuidado después de clases con enriquecimiento y apoyo académico hasta las 6 de la tarde. Tenemos apoyo para aprendices que son avanzados, aprendizaje visual y experiencias de proyectos y enriquecimiento. Así que obviamente el distrito desea que ustedes consideren la posibilidad de quedarse en el distrito de Salinas. Entendemos sus razones, pero queremos ofrecer lo que podemos en su favor. One last thing I wanted to say is that for each of these cases, the department staff has contacted the families who have inquired about appeals, explained the process, offered them information about schools in the district in case they were interested in their homeschool, and tours. Many families have actually participated in tours facilitated by our school principals. Just wanted to make that point so that if that is a question, they would understand that our staff has offered that and there's been questions about appeals. Solamente expliqué que cuando que nuestra oficina se comunicó con ustedes, les ofreció información sobre nuestras escuelas e incluso visitar la escuela si querían ver cómo funciona el programa académico.
Thank you. Now the appellant may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
¿Tienen algún otro comentario o algo que quieren enfatizar? Sí.
Todo lo que dijo el director está muy bien, pero el problema aquí es de que como nosotros trabajamos, ¿quién lo llevaría a la escuela? No tenemos quién lo lleve.
So I understand everything the district has presented and the opportunities that they offer, but in this case, our concern is who would take our daughter to school.
Pues ese es el problema, que queremos que ella se quede a la escuela donde está ella actualmente, porque no tenemos pues quién la lleve, quién la recoge. Sí hay muchos beneficios para ellas, hay cuidados y todo, pero el problema es de llevarla, porque nosotros actualmente la dejamos a las 6 de la mañana con la babysitting y pues ella es la que se encarga de llevarla, de recogerla a la escuela, y ya nosotros nomás pasamos con ella y la recogemos.
Yeah, so our main issue is that we start work at 6 a.m. or we drop off our daughter at 6 a.m. The babysitter takes her to school, picks her up, and all we do is just drop her off and pick her up.
All right, so the district may state any final rebuttal. All right, thank you. Now we'll move on to questions from the board. Are there any questions? Yes.
Does the babysitter has a license?
La proveedora de cuidado de niño tiene licencia para operar un centro de cuidado de niño?
Sí.
Yes.
Any other, Mary?
What is the address of the babysitter? I don't know if I saw it.
¿Nos puede decir el domicilio de la babysitter?
Así es, 120 Valencia Street.
120 Valencia Street.
And how far is it from, if the babysitter took the child to Fremont versus Roosevelt, what's the distance to each one, the time? Is it 5 minutes each way?
Okay. De tiempo, ¿qué es la distancia del domicilio de la babysitter a la escuela Roosevelt? ¿Cuánto tiempo se haría o cuánto tiempo se hace a donde está yendo ahorita la Fremont?
Pues el tiempo es como 3 minutos de su casa a la Fremont, de la Roosevelt. No es algo-
I'm not sure about the distance from the babysitter to Roosevelt, but it's 3 minutes from her house to Fremont School.
Can I
Es
ask
3 minutos del domicilio de la babysitter a la escuela Fremont. Yeah, it's 3 minutes from the babysitter's house to Fremont School.
So 3 minutes to Fremont. Does anybody know the distance? Oh, you're looking it up?
Okay, we'll get back to your answer for your question, John.
For the parents, if this board does not approve your appeal and the child has to attend the school in the district, how will you handle that? How will you get the child to school?
Si es que su caso se negara hoy, ¿cómo le harían para asegurar de que su hija llegue de su casa a la escuela Roosevelt?
Pues, realmente empezaríamos de nuevo a buscar.
We would honestly have to start all over. We would have to start finding a new babysitter,
Y eso es el problema.
and that is the problem.
Any other questions?
No, but yeah, I
So
think he
2
has.
minutes from Valencia, me dijeron la clase calle Valencia.
Sí, sí, en
Down at Fremont, like 2 minutes by car.
2 minutes by car.
To Valencia, to Fremont.
Wait, to Fremont, wait, to Fremont or to Rose?
To Fremont. So 120 Valencia to Roosevelt is 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
To Roosevelt. is 10
Okay.
minutes from the
All right,
business
thank you.
area.
2 versus 10. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I have a question for the district. You say your transfers out are in the hundreds this year. How many are transferring in?
This school year, the transfers in were about 500.
500 transferring in.
I don't have the exact number, but it's primarily for those coming into the dormitory program.
Okay, but they're still coming in.
Yes.
Okay, so you have 500 students transferring in and only 100 and so transferring out.
No. I'm talking about, you're talking about 25, 26. For this current school year, it was about 450 out and about 500.
Oh,
in.
450, I'm sorry,
Yeah, 450
450 out.
which is on the letter that is turned out.
Okay, sorry, 450 out, but 500 are coming in.
Yeah.
Okay,
About.
all right,
I
thank
don't-
you. Any other questions?
Yeah, follow-up question on that. So Salinas City Elementary is TK through 6.
Correct.
Okay. For example, this child's in the 4th grade. Do you have, can you give us an idea of where the bubble is in your outbound interdistrict transfers? So in 6 years, this will be solved. One way or the other, right? Are the majority of the outbounds in, 4, 5, 6, or, I'm trying to get an idea, because there's a difference between granting an transfer for someone who's in the lower grades who will be out of the district for more time versus somebody who's a 4th, 5th, or 6th grader who would be out of the district in 3 years.
I can tell you that, and I can give you exact numbers and figures and send a table to Dr. Gus to provide you those specifics. However, you can see the renewals that have been approved, that are coming in, that are based on approvals before the current criteria had started that trajectory. So the impact is 8 years if always approved, because it's TK through 6th grade. So as Ms. Ocampo stated, we would be going by 2031, 32, we'd be down almost 1,000 students in terms of just decreasing enrollment. So we're trying to somehow mitigate that impact that we will be faced with eventually. One grade that we do see impacting that is based on parent preference would be the ones that want to have their children go into a 6th, 7th, 8th grade space. As is Santa Rita and other districts that are middle school starting in 6th grade.
Right.
And I wanted to say that when we are taking through 6th grade, we may hear that the board is entertaining conversations about expanding the dormitory to 7th grade. So that's something that will be heard this Thursday.
Thank you.
Right, any final questions? All right, we are going to move on to deliberation now. Any comments? Deliberation? A motion?
I'm deny the request for change. Just based on, we heard 5 or 6 of these last week. And we've been hearing this, it's always about babysitting, it's always about I gotta work early. Life is gonna throw changes at us. We just have to learn to adapt to it. We've all been there. I mean, I understand that you work in the fields. I understand that you get up early. I understand that you have a reliable babysitter. But times are gonna change. And we need to learn to change with them. We need to learn to adapt to those things. We can't approve every transfer request because of babysitting. I did.
Okay, second.
Okay, so the motion is that student 25, 26, 20 shall not
Shall not.
be allowed to attend LSL Union School District. I'm going to say one thing before I call for a vote, unless anybody else wants to. I am sticking with the whether good cause otherwise exists because this student has been in attendance at this school since TK and is now in 4th grade. And if we're looking out for what's best for the student, my opinion is it's best for the student is that she stays in the school where she has been attending.
Madam Chair, before you call for the motion, I would
Yes.
like to, let's see, okay. I would like to just make a request, if it is possible or not, it's okay. But I think, like Mary addressed a while ago, our criteria, it leaves that open door about babysitting. Their criteria does not at all. So it's a huge confusion between our board and their district board. So maybe it's about time that we revisit our criteria ourselves and change some of that wording. It is my request, I'm thinking through I'm hearing some of you. And as I look at the criteria for consideration of inter-district attendance, is the opposite. So this is why we're dealing with this kind of a humongous inter-district, because we leave the door open.
I see what you're saying, but this is what's before us at the moment, so this
I
is.
just want to bring it to your attention.
Thank you.
So if I may, based on that, if we go off of solely on that, we may as well just tell everybody, yes, you can transfer, because it's always gonna be. But there's gotta be some changes somewhere. I mean, all due respect, Salinas School District, you can't keep coming in here and fighting for their students to come back. And we keep saying, no, they're all going wherever they wanna go. We might as well open up all the districts, hey, anybody go to any school you want to.
I
Because that's what we're doing.
I think that would be a great idea. All right,
But isn't there a difference between those who have been already attending a school than those who are brand new? So if it was a TK student, brand new and kindergarten, to me, that's a different situation. And that stops the bleeding, hopefully, at that point. But it's hard to disrupt someone's educational path when they're already there. That's what I think it was a change on their part, and on the school district's part, and rightfully so. They have the right to do that. But I mean, that's the way I'm thinking of this, too. And go ahead.
Virginia and then John.
I think, we just say it's not good for the child to go to a new school. But personally, I think that we should be preparing our children to move on in life, to meet more people. Who knows if this new school will be better? This one, the one that they are right now might be good, but what about if the next one is greater?
John?
Yeah, this is a big mess. And instead of the state doing something about this before it became a crisis, it's now a crisis. And we're in the middle of it and we have to deal with it. I totally understand the district's position based upon the information. There's declining enrollment. They get paid by the kids who are in the seats. And so if you're looking down the road, they're to the point that you made, Sandra made, every kid that we approve to leave the district is money that the district is legally, by this current state laws, entitled to, and they won't get. And when, I made this comment before, 20 years ago, this wasn't a problem because all these houses were filled with kids. Now that's not the case anymore. So that it's completely reasonable and within the state ed code, what the district is doing. But then here we have a family, they work in the fields. They have a system that they've had in place for 6 years. They want to stay in that system for 2 more years. I think the best we can do, the best we can do is the best we can do and take these that's in front of us and make the best judgment we can under the circumstances.
All right, so Jaime made the motion. Virginia, you second, is that correct? Okay, so that the student shall not attend the LaSalle School District. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So can you raise your hand so I know?
I'm okay.
Okay. All in favor of the motion that the child shall not attend LaSalle? Okay, all those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes.
What?
Wait, they were 4, right?
There were 4.
There were 4? Okay, I'm sorry, I miscounted. I didn't see all the hands. So.
Did I want to make sure I counted correctly. There were 4 ayes and 3 nays.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, the motion passed. Lo siento. Okay. Ayes.
We just need on 2.
Nice.
¿Qué vamos a hacer?
This has to be changed.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you give me 1 second?
Yeah, you're fine. I'm just gonna.
John?
Yes.
And if we can have our next set of parents up to the front seats here, Diana Ortega Garcia, Florencio
These are the
Guevara Castro.
From what I don't know.
That would need to be.
Might have just taken her out. They say
To-
the law. And there's.
They are allowed.
No worries. So sorry.
And at some point.
we came early on purpose.
Late.
We're on interdistrict transfer appeal number 252621, Cletus City Elementary School District. Dr. Gus, can you make the introductions, please?
Yes. First, I'm going to introduce the staff we have with us here today. Dr. Colleen Stanley, our Assistant Superintendent and Chief Business Official. We have Cindy Dunn, our Executive Assistant, Dr. Ernesto Vela, our Assistant Superintendent of Student Services, and I am Janine Gus, County Superintendent of Schools. And next, I'm gonna keep going. Let me introduce our Board of Trustees. First, we have our Board President, Heather Owen. We have our Vice Chair, Trustee Annette Eastet. We have Trustee John McPherson, Trustee Virginia H. Mendoza, Trustee Jaime Fernandez, Trustee Mary Claypool, and Trustee Sandra.
Thank you, Dr. Gus. Let's see. I'm going to dispense with the reading of the letter of appeal unless one or more parties request the letter of appeal be read. Just want to make sure that you know that we have received all of the information, all the board members have received all of the
Le
information.
asegura la presidenta de que el paquete de su caso se ha distribuido y que todos están conocidos con su caso, que han leído todas las circunstancias de su caso.
Now we'll explain the procedures for the hearing and then we will commence the hearing. First, the appellant may state reasons.
Wait, powers of the county board?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Primero le va a decir los derechos de la mesa directiva.
I'm going to state, Dr. Guest is going to state the powers of the county board in interdistrict transfer appeal hearings.
This is a hearing by the Monterey County Board of Education on an appeal filed by or on behalf of student Allison Guevara Ortega of the decision of the Salinas City Elementary School District to deny an interdistrict attendance agreement for the student to attend Alice Hill Union School District for the 26-27 school year. The student's parent resides within the boundaries of the Salinas City Elementary School District. A summary of the case has been prepared by the County Office of Education and has been distributed to the County Board of Education.
Esta es una audiencia llevado a cabo por el Consejo de Educación del Condado de Monterrey respecto a la apelación de su hija Alison Guevara Ortega de que se le negó transferencia al distrito Alizal por el distrito de Salinas City. Un resumen del caso ha sido preparado por los miembros del personal y presentado a la mesa directiva.
Section 46601 of the California Education Code authorizes the Monterey County Board of Education to make a decision on this appeal. The county board may also send the matter back to the district that denied the interdistrict attendance request if there is significant new evidence introduced during the appeal hearing.
El artículo 46601 del Código de Educación de California autoriza a este consejo de hacer una decisión sobre su caso hoy y también puede regresar el caso al distrito si se presenta una nueva información.
The County Board Policy 5117.1 on interdistrict attendance appeals directs the members to review the basis of the district's denial to determine whether there are unusual conditions that justify intervention by the county board. Also, granting the appeal must result in improving the educational and/or health interests of the student to such a critical degree that substantial positive results in the educational services to the student will result.
La política 5117.1 le da la autoridad a este consejo de hacer una decisión basado en el mejor interés de su hija y asegurar que el programa educacional sea en el mejor interés de ella.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gus. Now I will explain the procedures for the hearing and commence with the hearing. The appellant may state the reasons for the county board to overturn the denial of the interdistrict transfer. Please direct your comments to the board.
Usted tendrá la oportunidad de presentar su caso, de dar sus preocupaciones y va a dirigir a los comentarios hacia la mesa directiva.
Then the district may state the reasons for the county board to uphold the district's decision to deny the interdistrict transfer.
Después el distrito presentará su caso y ellos darán la razón por la cual negaron su petición.
Then the appellant may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
Después, otra vez, usted podrá tener la oportunidad de enfatizar cualquier otro punto, de platicar su preocupación una vez más.
And then the district may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
Y luego el distrito podría dar otro comentario final.
And then there will be questions from the board. Please direct your comments to the board when you answer.
Luego entraremos en una fase de preguntas. La mesa directiva le podría hacer preguntas a usted o al distrito y podría dirigir sus comentarios hacia la mesa directiva.
And then the board will deliberate.
Y después la mesa directiva platicará en el caso entre ellos para hacer una decisión.
And I would like you to invite you to come forward.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Diana Ortega García y soy la mamá de Alison Guevara.
Okay, good morning. My name is Diana Guevara Ortega, and I'm the mother of Alison Guevara Ortega.
Y estoy solicitando el cambio de distrito porque mi niña apenas va a comenzar a TK. Y la razón tal vez sea como muy obvia, pero es para mí una preocupación más. Que mi niña con la babysitter que está ha estado desde muy chiquita y tengo un programa cual pertenezco hace 4 años desde que ella me la aceptaron y para mí un cambio sería muy difícil que encuentre una nana de más confianza que ella porque personalmente no tengo más familia aquí que me la pueda llevar.
And I'm requesting that you consider my case. My daughter is upon to enter TK, but has been with this babysitter since an infant. Changing her to another babysitter would be extremely difficult for me. And that's the reason I'm here today.
y también es porque tengo confianza con ella y yo perdería mi programa si ella no me aprobaría en el cambio de distrito. Tengo otra niña mía que ya va a la escuela con la que estoy solicitando también y ellas son muy apegadas y pues pasan muchas cosas hoy en día. Para que yo busque a otra persona diferente, no estaría como que de confianza dejarle a mi niño.
I have another daughter that is at the school that I'm asking for. And she also takes care or looks over her little sister. And so having them split up would be difficult for me.
Y también es porque yo trabajo en la agricultura y comienzo desde muy temprano a ir a trabajar para que mi nana me la reciba a las 6 que comienza el programa, para que ella la pueda ir a dejar a la escuela y recoger. Esa es la razón, otra más, cual me han ofrecido el transporte del bus para la escuela, pero hasta las 7:30 y yo comienzo a trabajar ahora a las 6:30 de la mañana, que no me es posible.
I drop off my daughter at 6 a.m. with the babysitter. I start work at 6:30. And while bus transportation has been offered by the district, it doesn't help me because I start work at 6 a.m.
Y pues yo y su papá trabajamos, como ahora él no pudo venir, porque nosotros para el trabajo es nuestro sustento, trabajar y faltar o perder un día es muchísimo para nosotros.
Yeah, we work in agriculture. My husband does as well. And he couldn't be here today to work because missing one day of work would be significant for us. So I had to miss work to be here today.
Sería todo por el cual estoy solicitando el cambio de
These are the reasons why I'm asking you to consider my case.
Good morning again. I have a personalized letter from our superintendent, and I'll read the aspects that are specific to this case. The other points I have shared. I just wanted to reiterate again that the net impact in terms of the approved percentage of students out based on our board policy way exceeds the 1% required or maximum that would be permitted. At this point, we are about 6% with hundreds of students exiting, and maximum within that percent would be 2 students based on our current enrollment, as well as the required exceptions or criteria that per code we are to consider, which we have shared previously. Le voy a leer una carta de nuestra superintendente a la mesa directiva y luego le voy a dar un resumen a usted en español, para así no tener que estar entre los dos. So regarding Alison Guevara Ortega, she is entering transitional kindergarten. And on behalf of the City Elementary School District, we respectfully request support for the district's decision to deny the inter-district transfer submitted for Allison, a transitional kindergarten student. Allison's school of residence within Salinas City Elementary School District is Monterey Park, which is 2 minutes away from where they reside. Just added that this time because I knew that could come up. The stated reason for the request is that students' babysitter resides outside the district attendance area. While the district recognizes and respects the childcare needs of families, the circumstances do not meet the criteria established under our code for an inter-district transfer approval. Because the student is entering transitional kindergarten, the student has not yet experienced the school day, programs, supports, relationships, or care available at the school of residence. The family's residence, again, is within walking distance of the schools, the Salinas City Elementary School District School of Residence, while the requested school is approximately 4.4 miles away or 13 minutes by car. This supports the district's position that the request is not based on a demonstrated ability of Salinas City to meet the student's needs, but rather on an anticipated preference for care arrangements outside the district. Salinas City is prepared to welcome the student at the school of residence, where the student can begin their educational experience close to home and within their neighborhood school community. Salinas City also provides supports designed to assist working families, including before school, beginning at 7:30, and extended after school support until 6 p.m. Again, continuing to provide educational opportunities that are comprehensive is our goal. And as stated before, the district wishes to continue the conversations with the county and the Superintendent's Council to ensure that there's clarity about procedure guidelines that districts may consider as they entertain agreements between districts and for students wishing out of our schools. So básicamente, nuestra superintendente le está explicando a la mesa directiva que la escuela de Allison es una escuela que queda muy cerca de donde ustedes viven y que la razón por la cual ustedes están pidiendo el acuerdo fuera del distrito no cae o no cabe dentro de las categorías para aprobar el acuerdo. La escuela a la cual están asistiendo actualmente les queda 13 minutos, 4 millas de distancia en comparación a la que queda de donde viven, que es solo 2 minutos. El distrito está preparado y listos para darle la bienvenida a nuestra escuela y reconocemos que pues queremos que tenga una experiencia cerca de casa y en su vecindario. También le pidió a la mesa directiva que considere continuar las conversaciones entre superintendentes para que estos casos se puedan ver con más claridad basado en las leyes estatales para acuerdos entre distritos.
All right, thank you. The appellant may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
Sí, me queda un poco más cerca la escuela que le corresponde a mi niña, pero como reitero, no tengo quien me la lleve a la escuela por la razón que solicito el cambio de distrito. Y para mí, la mala que tengo es de mucha confianza. En el programa he estado con ella muy a gusto, con mis niñas. Cualquier cosa, confío mucho en ella y no quiero separarla de mi otra niña, porque al yo mandarla a otra escuela necesitaría buscar quién me la cuide a ella para poderla llevar a la escuela. Y para mí sería otro gasto más que aún no tengo contemplado, porque en el programa, pues por los ingresos que tengo, no pago para que me las cuiden. Y así como ahorita está el trabajo muy bajo aquí, la economía está muy cara en la vida de hoy en día y no presentaría yo como otro gasto más.
She wants the board to know that the babysitter is under a program. Basically, she does not pay for childcare. And so in changing her or taking her out of that program, it would be a financial burden for her. Also, while the school, of Salinas City is closer, the issue remains that I don't have anyone else to take her to school, and that's the main problem. But I do want to emphasize that being part of this program at the moment gives me access to this babysitter who I have a lot of trust with.
Y también quisiera comentar que pues mis niñas son muy apegadas, no se llevan mucho por edad, son 2 años y ellas han convivido siempre desde muy niña, tanto como la nana y en la casa, y separarlas tan solo cuando una va a la escuela y la otra se queda con la nana, espera que regrese su hermana.
Yeah, I'm also worried because my daughters are only 2 years in difference, and I hate to split them up. While one will continue at that other school and this new one at another, and they're so close with each other that it would concern me to split them up.
Okay. The district may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
Solamente quería clarificar, just wanted to clarify that the age of the sibling. ¿Qué edad tiene la hermanita?
Tiene 6 años y mi niña, ahorita la otra tiene 4. La Alison tiene 4 y mi hija la mayor tiene 6 años.
¿Y a qué escuela va la niña?
A Oscar Loyes.
So that was new information because that was not presented when the appeal came through. There was no indication of the 6-year-old sibling attending the lawyer. So that was something that was news to us. But when she mentioned the sibling, I thought it was maybe a younger one, perhaps, that is at the same provider's home. So I just wanted to inquire. I didn't realize because I didn't see the form coming through for that. We'll have to check into that.
So that was, yeah, go ahead.
So is that you involved in that? Put it back to the.
Can you clarify?
So
Follow.
so the appeal today is for the one entering TK.
Right.
Right.
So we just heard here, I just heard for the first time that there was a sibling.
For the same school.
So I would have
And the
assumed that
sibling
there
was
would have, that is already attending, so I don't know if there was no submitted form. That may have been missed, so the form may have been submitted only for the TK, that's why we didn't know of the sibling. Otherwise, that would have been included
Can you
in that.
clarify whether a form was submitted for the other student?
Para la matriculación de su hija, la de 6 años, a la Oscar Loya, le pidieron hacer un proceso similar.
¿Se entregó la forma para, cómo se llama la niña? ¿Este año la entregó? ¿O el año anterior?
El año anterior, porque la escuela este año no me lo solicitó.
So she didn't submit one for next school year, for the sibling, for the one entering, the one that is 6 years old. She submitted the original, but didn't submit one, so that's why we had no idea of the sibling situation involved. So we would need that release to be able to have that child out on a form that is approved. Because we didn't know that there was a sibling. Based on the information provided, we didn't.
Just to clarify, so the sibling is older and the sibling,
He's currently attending Loya.
and that's already been approved?
Yes. I mean,
Before. Last year.
Before, but not for next year.
Not for next year.
Exactly. That's why there
So
was
is-
some confusion right here.
Okay.
So.
Got
We were not aware that there was a sibling with another form.
Okay, so do we continue with that, or do we send the matter back to the district? If there's significant new evidence introduced during the appeal hearing, or we just continue with this district transfer?
It's our choice.
It's your choice, yeah.
Can someone explain?
Yeah.
Yes.
I just want to clarify, so she's trying to get both girls to the same school. Is that what she's doing?
Yes, but today's appeal is only for the new student, the one that is entering TK.
Right, I understand that, but she's already got a child at this school.
Correct. That apparently is in first grade.
Because we don't, I didn't, either I missed it or it's not in here, but I didn't see anything on it.
But she is not submitted an inter-district transfer request for that child for next year. She may be under the assumption that she doesn't need to
That
do
it was a
that.
grade
Yeah, so
span.
that's a question for the
Right,
parents.
right. So, yeah, so we have,
Dr. Vela, can we ask her why she has not done that?
Dice que por qué no ha hecho el proceso para su hija que va a entrar a primero. Y usted dijo que es porque la escuela no le ha avisado que están, la escuela no le ha avisado, ¿verdad?
No.
That LaSalle District has not reached out to her to say that she's been denied.
No, that she wasn't
No.
told that she needed one for next year. She indicated that she has not been informed of the need to have an updated form. So no one knew that there was that interest to continue.
so she's under the assumption that the 6-year-old is good for next year, and that's not the case.
Correct.
Okay.
So we need the form so that she can be legally approved to attend Loya.
Could we also ask one more clarifying question? Does Salinas City notify parents who have been on an inter-district transfer each year that they have to re-up the form, or is it up to the parent to initiate?
The parents bring the forms to our office beginning. The process is starting January 1st. The parents are to submit their forms if interested in continuing inter-district health. Otherwise, they would assume that we attending our schools.
Mary.
I have another question for you. So the child is in the the sibling is in the second grade, right?
La nena mayor está en primer grado o en kinder? In kinder.
Pero va a entrar a primero.
Oh,
She's
they're
going to
going to
enter,
enter.
she's 6, she's going to be entering first grade.
Okay, I thought they were in
It'll be
second grade.
TK. right now they're.
I know, it's very confusing.
I don't honestly know that I'm comfortable making a decision today without knowing what's gonna happen with.
The older
The older siblings, so
Because
I.
we may end up separating these two. if we're not-
Yeah, so I think, under our board policy or our powers of the county board, it says the board may also send the matter back to the district that denied the inter-district attendance request if there is significant new evidence introduced during the appeal hearing. And I believe this is significant new.
I would
I would
agree.
agree.
Because we
So,
don't know what's going on.
so do I have to make a motion that we're gonna do?
Yeah.
do that? So
I'll make the motion.
okay,
Second.
wait for a motion.
Parliamentary procedure,
Yes.
until the words come out of my mouth, you don't know what I'm gonna move. So you gotta wait till I make the motion. Okay. I hereby move that the denial of the inter-district transfer attendance agreement by the Salinas City Elementary School District be remanded to the governing board of the Salinas City Elementary School District for reconsideration based upon the new evidence and new grounds presented in the appeal, which are there is an outstanding transfer request for the sibling that those two
Has
need
to
to
be
be.
processed,
need to
has to be
yeah.
created.
Okay, Mary, will you second that motion?
Somebody else can.
Okay, somebody else second the motion. Second, okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I
Okay.
didn't get a clarification of the motion. Could you?
The motion is that the county board remand the matter back to the district that denied the inter-district attendance request because there was significant new evidence introduced.
United.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Did you vote yes?
did you vote yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Okay, and Dr. Bella, would you be so kind? Oh, you'll explain it to her. Thank you so much. But so we can keep the meeting moving. Thank you.
And this, okay, that's, we're not, right?
Pick up 5 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
But can't you?
For 5 minutes.
It's fun.
To item 5.4 and 5.5, interdistrict transfer appeal number 25-26-22 and 25-26-23, Salinas City Elementary School District. Dr. Gus, can you do the introductions, please?
Yes, welcome. I'm going to introduce our staff members first and then our Board of Trustees. We have with us today our Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Ralph Cortez, Cindy Dunn, our Executive Assistant. I'm Dr. Gus, County Superintendent. We lost Dr. Vella. So now I'm going to introduce our Board of Trustees. First, we have our President of the Board, Trustee Heather Owen.
Good afternoon.
Our Vice Chair, Trustee Annette Eustek, Trustee John McPherson, Trustee Virginia H. Mendoza, Trustee Jaime Fernandez, Trustee Mary Claypool, and Trustee Sandra Ocampo.
Thank you, Dr. Gus. I'm going to dispense with the reading of the letter of appeal unless one or more parties request that the letter of appeal be read, just to reassure you that we have received, all board members have received the information and have reviewed it. Dr. Gus, can you please state the powers of the county board in interdistrict transfer appeal hearings?
Yes. And let's see, I just want to double check really quickly. Is this the one where we're doing siblings?
Siblings, yes.
Okay,
5.4 and 5.5.
5.4 and 5.5. Okay. Give me one sec. Combine these. Okay, this is a hearing by the Monterey County Board of Education on an appeal filed by or on behalf of student Eleanor Michelle Arias and Robert Michael Arias of the decision of the Salinas City Elementary School District to deny an interdistrict attendance agreement for the student to attend Spreckles Union School District for the 26-27 school year. The student's parent resides within the boundaries of the Salinas City Elementary School District. A summary of the case has been prepared by the County Office of Education and has been distributed to the County Board of Education. Section 46601 of the California Education Code authorizes the Monterey County Board of Education to make a decision on this appeal. The county board may also send the matter back to the district that denied the interdistrict attendance request if there is significant new evidence introduced during the appeal hearing. The County Board Policy 5117.1 on interdistrict attendance appeals directs the members to review the basis of the district's denial to determine whether there are unusual conditions that justify intervention by the county board. Also, granting the appeal must result in improving the educational and/or health interests of the student to such a critical degree that substantial positive results in the educational services to the student will result.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gus. Now I'm going to explain the procedures for the hearing and then we will commence the hearing. First, the appellant may state the reasons for the county board to overturn the denial of the interdistrict transfer. Please direct your comments to the board. Then the district may state reasons for the county board to uphold the district's decision to deny the interdistrict transfer. Then the appellant may succinctly state any final rebuttal, and then the district may succinctly state any final rebuttal. Then we will have questions from the board. Please direct your comments and answers back to the board, and then the board will deliberate. So I would like to invite you up to the podium to state your reasons to overturn the denial.
I'm going to say good morning, but good afternoon. My name is Christina Taylor. I'm an attorney here in Salinas. My office is actually on Blanco Circle. And I'm here representing my sister, Catherine Arias, her husband, Norman Arias, and her two children, my niece and nephew, that are the subject of this appeal, Eleanor Michelle Arias and Robert Michael Arias. We're here today to ask that the board grant Ellie and Bobby their interdistrict transfer request to Spreckles Elementary School for 3 reasons. First, Ellie and Bobby have already been accepted by Spreckles Elementary School District. This is not a case where the receiving district can't or won't accept them. Spreckles actively wants Ellie and Bobby to attend. It's only the Salinas City School District that is blocking this transfer. Second, Ellie has already been attending Spreckles Elementary School for 2 years with great success. She's built a community with her peers, teachers, and administrators over the last 2 years, and she's grown and shown great academic progress. Her social and educational well-being would be greatly disrupted if she were not allowed to continue at Spreckles. Salinas Elementary School District also chose to release her for the last 2 years, and it now wants to recall Ellie after it has actively and consistently released her in the past. Third, removing Ellie and forcing Bobby into the Salinas Elementary School District would cause a hardship for their parents in terms of childcare. I know you're tired of hearing that, but that is the reason. Spreckles offers necessary before school care that Salinas City Elementary School District does not. I know they mentioned they have childcare starting at 7:30, but as I watched previous board meetings, they actually admitted that that's just before school breakfast. It's not actually childcare. Both my sister and her husband work in San Jose for the County of Santa Clara. There is no way they could wait to take Ellie and Bobby to school should the transfer be denied and also keep their jobs. For example, my sister leaves for work at 5:30 in the morning. They need the option of before school care at the school. And in addition, Ellie and Bobby's grandparents, our parents, live in the Spreckles School District and provide a large portion of their childcare. My sister and her husband have and will continue to call on Ellie and Bobby's grandparents for childcare both before and after school, and to be there should anything happen at school or there be some kind of emergency. I noted this in the paperwork that we submitted, but Ellie and Bobby both have a serious medical condition that I won't mention now for privacy reasons, but it is in the paperwork we submitted. So an emergency is not just kind of some kind of vague what if, it's a real possibility. It has happened before. And having Ellie and Bobby in Spreckles School District will allow their grandparents to continue to care for them in these situations while their parents work over an hour away without traffic. As we all know, the traffic to and from San Jose can be insane. I would also like to note that childcare in another district was acceptable to the Salinas City Elementary School District as a reason to grant an inter-district transfer for at least the last 3 years. Now they have inexplicably removed childcare from their forms without any explanation for the change. I also wanted to, since I've been sitting here all day, I actually know what they're gonna say, so I'm gonna just say it now and then we can add in rebuttal if we need to. We included in our written appeal request an article from the Monterey County Now that states that the Salinas City Elementary School District is one of 4 districts in the county that did not have a budget deficit for the 25-26 school year. The article states that for districts with a budget deficit, a large part of the reason was declining enrollment, which I know we've all mentioned previously. But according to eddata.org, Mission Park, where Ellie and Bobby would be slotted to attend in the Salinas district, has actually seen an enrollment increase over the last 6 years since 2020. And in the district's own presentation that it made, I'm not sure if it was to this board or a different board, but we did a Public Records Act request and they sent it to us. I actually have copies if anyone wants to see the data. I only have 1 copy, but I'm happy to give it out. The district's own presentation showed that district attendance increased for the 2025-26 school year over the previous year. You can compare that to Spreckles. The Monterey County Now article that I referenced states that Spreckles had a budget deficit in the 25-26 school year. And not surprisingly, according to eddata.org, enrollment in Spreckles Elementary is actually down since 2020. It's been declining every year. Spreckles actually needs the funding that would come with Bobby and Ellie's attendance. Losing that funding would cause harm to Spreckles district. And I know, obviously you have to consider the Salinas district, but I think what hasn't been mentioned today is you need to consider the needs of the district that they will be going into as well. There is no harm to Salinas district if Ellie and Bobby, who have never attended in that district, continue to be counted out. I also have to disagree with the Salinas City Elementary School District on another point that they had made previously in another meeting. I don't think it's been brought up today, but I wanted to mention it. They previously mentioned that there is a transfer trend that the district needs to stem, according to its own data that I mentioned previously, and I'm happy to pass around from April 2026. Inter-district transfer requests have dropped since 2023. And there was a significant drop from 554 requests to transfer out for the 25-26 school year compared to just 144 requests to transfer out for the 26-27 school year. That's a drop of 310 requests. So if anything, the trend in transfers is actually going down significantly. And furthermore, to address some concerns that I've heard here today, the district's reliance on the fact that there were 454 transfers out of the district last year is misleading. According to that same April 2026 presentation, there were 564 transfers into the district as well. And I know Ms. Owen brought that up. That's a net transfer of 110 students into the district. So the Salinas City District is actually not losing students, they're gaining them through inter-district transfers. And according to its own data for this year, as of, I think it was like April, let me check. As of April 7th of 2026, the district had 349 transfer in requests compared to 144 transfer out requests, many of which were denied. So this year, even if the district had granted every transfer out request, which they have not, there's a net of 205 transfers into the district. So the district is actually ahead 205 students that they're not, based on their own criteria entitled to. There's no net loss of students in Salinas. I also have to question whether the Salinas City Elementary School District is taking such a hard line when it comes to transfers into the district. I know they've mentioned a lot, there's these 4 criteria that they're strictly sticking to for transfers out, but I wonder they haven't mentioned anything about what the criteria is for transfer in. Were all of the students that were let in children of parents who work in the district or active military? Were they students who were bullied? Were they students who were expelled? If not, then my question is why is what's good for the goose not good for the gander? So in essence, the stated philosophy of this board is to quote, make every decision in consideration of the children and the public schools that serve them. Allowing Ellie to continue to attend Spreckles Elementary School and Bobby to join her upholds this philosophy. So we ask that you grant Ellie and Bobby's request for an interdistrict transfer. Thank you. Do you want to add anything?
No, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to invite the district forward.
Good afternoon. So I have, as I have previously shared, personalized copies of the letters for both Robert and Eleanor. Good morning, everyone. So this one is Eleanor and there's 2 different. And I will only highlight, as I have said, what is applicable or relevant to these appeals or these cases that we're hearing now. There are some points related to the information provided that I just wanted to say we are, at the time of the presentation, I shared with you the presentation that alluded to the 455, 564. The numbers are for 26, 27 are still fluid because I gave you what was existing for the school year for 25, 26, but we're still considering all obligations, especially since we are looking at those that may not be approved. So I wanted to just preface by saying that regarding, I'm going to start with Robert. And again, I'm going to read some letters that were provided by our superintendent, and she asked me to read to our county board today. So regarding Robert Michael, he would be a student entering transitional kindergarten. We have Salinas City Elementary School District. We respectfully request support of the district's decision to deny the inter-district transfer request submitted for Robert Michael, the transitional kindergarten student. Robert Michael's school of residence within Salinas City is Mission Elementary, which is about 1 minute from their home. 1 minute driven distance from their home, driving distance. The stated reasons for that request is that the student's babysitter resides in Spreckles, outside the district attendance area, while the district recognizes and respects the child care needs of families. The circumstance does not meet the criteria established under a code for an inter-district transfer approval. Additionally, there are currently no interagency agreements, again, between Salinas City and Spreckles or any district in Monterey County regarding inter-district transfers. Because this student is entering transitional kinder, the student has not yet experienced the school day programs, supports, relationships, or care available at the school of residence. The family's residence is within walking distance of the student's school of residence, while the requested school is approximately 4.5 miles away. This supports the district's position that the request is not based on a demonstrated inability of Salinas City to meet the student's needs, but rather on anticipated preference for care arrangements outside the district. Salinas City has made significant and intentional investments to ensure that every student and family has access to quality educational opportunities, comprehensive student support, and extended learning environments within our district. Our schools are not only neighborhood schools, they're centers of innovation, student support, and community care. Every campus offers free breakfast and student supervision beginning at 7:30, extended after school until enrichment until 6 p.m. with no requirement for students to remain until 6. Families may have access like services flexibly based on need. Extended after school enrichment support, including high dose tutoring at all campuses with no requirement for students to remain until 6. Advanced learner screening and services at all schools for fourth-grade students. In addition, the district offers dual immersion programs at 7 schools, blended and virtual learning opportunities at the STEAM Academy, and project-based learning experiences at one of our sites. Importantly, Salinas City is currently the only school district in Monterey County offering a comprehensive system of advanced learner screening and services for elementary students. These programs reflect the deliberative effort by our board and staff to ensure families are not compelled to leave the district to access innovative, rigorous, and supportive educational opportunities. At the same time, Salinas City continues to face significant enrollment challenges that directly impact fiscal sustainability and long-term program stability. According to the district's 2025 demographic analysis and enrollment projection study, enrollment is projected to decline from 8236 in 24-25 to approximately 74-24 by 31-32, a decrease of nearly 10%. The report attributes this decline to sustained reductions in birth rates and smaller incoming and kindergarten cohorts throughout the region. The financial implications are substantial. District attendance data presented to the board indicates that a 1% change in attendance equates to approximately 1.2 million in revenue. In this environment, the continued loss of students through discretionary inter-district transfers undermines the district's ability to sustain programs, maintain staffing levels, and provide essential student services for the thousands of students who remain enrolled in Salinas City Elementary School District schools. Transfer trends already demonstrate this growing concern. During the 25-26 school year, Salinas City processed 454 outgoing inter-district transfer requests, with the largest number going to Santa Rita and Spreckles. The demographics study also confirmed that Spreckles represent one of the largest destinations for students transferring out of SCSD. For 26-27, outgoing requests continue to trend upward, with Monterey Peninsula and Spreckles among the leading requested districts. This pattern persists despite SCSD offering a broad range of academic enrichment and student support services than many neighboring districts. The district has also been highly responsive to concerns raised during prior appeals. Last year, several of the denials were overturned primarily due to sibling placement considerations. As a result, Salinas City has proactively adjusted internal placement and transfer review processes to ensure families are not placed in situations where children must attend separate schools or where a child is assigned to a neighborhood school while another attends a different campus. In other words, the district has acted in good faith to address the concerns previously identified through the appeal process while simultaneously preserving equitable access to programs within Salinas City. California's inter-district transfer laws were not intended to create restricted school choice based on preference alone, particularly when the district of residence already provides high-quality educational programming, specialized academic opportunities, before and after school care and supervision, flexible learning options, and family-centered support systems. The district has worked diligently to provide all of these opportunities to our students and families. We respectfully ask that the Monterey County Office of Education recognize the significant educational opportunities available with the district, the substantial fiscal and enrollment impacts caused by continued discretionary student out transfers, the district's efforts to address prior concerns regarding sibling placement and family access, and the importance of preserving stable enrollment in order to maintain strong neighborhood schools and student services for the broader Salinas community. Supporting Salinas City Elementary School District transfer denial decisions when they are consistent with that code is essential to protecting educational equity, fiscal responsibility, and long-term sustainability for students we serve. We're prepared to welcome the student at the school of residence, where the student can begin their educational experience close to home and within the neighborhood school community. So that one addresses the fact that Robert would be entering an educational system. With regards to Eleanor, and I'm not going to repeat everything I read, but Eleanor would be entering first grade, and her school of residence, again, within Salinas City's Mitcham Park again, is really close by, and the same stated reason is related to babysitting. I wanted to stress that the superintendent wants to make sure that any additional guidelines are ones that are brought to superintendent's councils, so that there's more clarity in terms of how interagency agreements may be executed between districts in the county, as well as the processes for entertaining requests, as also you hear at this, in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. The appellant may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
Thank you. We understand that Salinas City Elementary School Districts and Mission Park in particular, where nobody's arguing that they don't have great programs. But again, they do not have before school care. No school in the Salinas City Elementary School District has before school care other than that free breakfast at 7:30. Like I mentioned before, my sister and her husband leave for work at 5:30 in the morning. They have to fight San Jose traffic to get there on time. Ellie and Bobby both have a serious medical condition that, again, I'm not going to say on YouTube, but you know, our parents know how to care for them, and in an emergency are able to handle that, and they live in the Spreckles district. I also wanted to address, I know there's been some seeming fatigue about hearing childcare as a reason to, you know, grant a interdistrict transfer. However, you know, I have watched the previous meetings and I've seen what's gone on, and I think it would be, you know, at best unfair to penalize someone for having a hearing after somebody else. You know, we didn't schedule this hearing, we were given the date, and, you know, if we had known that it was first come, first served, we would have asked for an earlier one. And, you know, another thing I wanted to raise is that, Ellie has already been at Spreckles for 2 years. So we're only asking that Bobby be able to join her and not separate the two students. And just as a fundamental kind of policy flaw in this that I think has been raised before, there are ways to handle this type of thing and stem the tide of transfers if there even is one, which I'm not sure there is. It would be to deny new transfer requests and grandfather in the old ones and then include siblings in that, so you're not separating students. It doesn't mean that you deny, you know, students that have already been granted requests consistently in the past, and then just kind of pull a beat and switch and then pull them back. I also wanted to say this is not about unrestricted school choice. Again, this is about childcare. This is a good cause situation. I also wanted to mention that I didn't hear anything about the criteria for letting students into the district. So again, I just question whether, you know, what Salinas is doing are they doing the same thing for students coming in that they're not letting students out for? But in the end, ultimately, I think the real issue here is that there is no before school care. There's no one to care. You know, just because they live a minute away from the school doesn't mean you want a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old, you know, walking down the street by themselves to a school. It just doesn't make sense for them. And again, my sister and her husband leave for work very early in the morning. So there just isn't a feasible option to get them to school, and their childcare resides in Spreckles. So I know that's not a reason that maybe some of the board want to hear anymore, but that is the valid reason. So we just ask that this board grant the request.
And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I left my pen up.
Thank you. Do you have a?
Just wanted to make a couple of comments. Last year, when I first came, there was a concern about whether families were being informed who were renewing or requesting a renewal, but that were coming in with a sibling. And I was clearly requested by Mr. McPherson to ensure the families knew that the approval would be considered, but if there was a sibling, for example, if a student is finishing a 5th or 6th grade cycle at a site, but has a sibling, then our staff calls them and lets them know, we will support the child finishing the cycle if their last grade is fifth or sixth grade. But you have one that is starting, we will not be able to. So that's where the information comes in. Because there's a difference between one coming in, as you can see, this was the case with one existing and one coming into TK. So we're looking at the new one in a way that unfortunately has to be treated differently because the criteria was established after the first one was originally approved, the changes to the criteria. And in terms of the incoming, we look at every form for any student coming in to ensure that the district can support the service they may come in or need. A parent may be requesting a special program. A parent may be coming in saying the child has these existing. Before we can say yay or nay, we ensure that the services are ones that we can accommodate and support well. It is also up to the districts that is releasing determine how they release them or how they approve their release. When they come to us, we see, can we accommodate based on space at the requested site? We have some enters coming in that we haven't approved yet if there is an impact to seats at that site or for that grade. And we also look at all factors entailed to see that we can provide support. So just wanted to make sure that there was clarity in terms of how we look at those communities.
Thank you. Now we'll take questions from the board.
I have a question. So is your mom the one that takes care of both of them?
Yeah, well, yeah.
And so when you leave for work, you drop them with your mom?
Yep.
And you pick them up with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
John?
So for the parent and the council,
Yeah, in the end, yes.
did you make this same presentation before the Salinas City Elementary School Board?
It was all over email.
Yeah, it was not,
There's
there was no
oral
hearing.
presentation.
Okay.
It's
well,
all just a form.
Right. They do hold board meetings and they are the governing board that tell him what he has to do. And so I would encourage you to either go before the board or talk to your trustee about these legitimate concerns about how this is happening. My second question is I want to make sure that you are aware of what you're looking at, okay? So the law states that any appeal approved is only for the grade span of the current school. So that would be up through fifth grade, okay? If you didn't want the child then go to Salinas City for sixth, you need to do another interdistrict transfer. And then for seventh and eighth, you need to do another interdistrict transfer, this time to the high school district. Okay, just want to make sure that you understand.
We understand.
Yeah, we understand.
Any other questions for the district or the parents?
I do have a question.
Yes.
You mentioned that Eleanor is currently attending
Yes, she is.
Freckles, right?
Yes,
And she's the older student, right? She's the older one?
she's the older one, yes, she
Uh-huh.
is.
And so what I'm reading here is that she's been granted to stay there and finish,
No,
no?
No,
they denied both appeals.
Oh, so, when I read this, it's not right, then it's not correct, because it goes, Eleanor currently attends Freckles Elementary School and has been granted an interdistrict transfer for all years of her
So far.
elementary school education to attend Freckles.
All
No,
years so
that's-
far. So she's had,
I think that's a summary that was provided.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's that
Inaccurate.
Spreckles. I think what you're looking at is that Spreckles said yes. But that Salinas City is saying no to letting them out.
Right.
That's what that's trying to say.
both districts said yes for TK, both said yes for kindergarten where she currently is. Sparkles has said yes for first grade. Salinas City has said no for first grade so far. And that's what we're appealing.
And I think what makes harder for me if that one is already in Spreckles and the other one is going to begin.
Correct.
So it's like, you know what I mean?
Are you gonna split them? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards into not two, but I want to wait until the board policy modification to make my final decisions at that time. So for meanwhile, I'm sorry,
You have a question?
no,
Okay.
so I'll just wait until.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Now, you don't have a question, Jaime?
Nope.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we're gonna move on to deliberation.
I mean, I actually have, there is a health concern for me. We won't mention the health issue, but it is quite serious for both siblings. And the fact that a family member who is familiar with the children's health condition is even beyond the normal childcare requirement from my perspective. It's, or not requirement, but consideration. Because it's a fairly rare disease and, I mean, sorry to call it disease, but
No, it is. Yeah, it
condition.
is.
And I think it would be something that you can't just shop around for different childcare. So I would like to make a motion that we allow both students 25, 26, wait, which numbers are we? 25, 26, 22, and 25, 26, 23 to be granted to attend the Spreckles.
Before you call
School
for the
district.
second, thank you, Annette, because that was gonna be my follow-up about the two kids that are dealing with mental, whatever things.
I don't think it's mental,
Special
it's
case.
physical.
Yeah, special case to me.
Yeah.
So I was thinking in finishing, but the madam here is always ahead of my,
Okay, it's been moved and
second it for me.
Comment?
I'll second it.
wait,
Who's the second?
Virginia
Virginia
is the
was
second, so it's, I'm sorry, just 1 second. Virginia, okay, John, go ahead.
Yeah, outside of the medical issue, I would not be inclined to, and you can take this back. I would not be inclined to approve this because we're not talking about fourth graders, we're talking about first graders and kinder. But that is a significant medical issue. And so I kind of go back. I love the idea of you all getting together because quite honestly, if it was a known fact about this issue and the circumstances, I'm not sure why this one is before the board. I know that it's kind of a, once you start going one way or the other, it's hard to figure that out, but I just cannot in good conscience take kids who are close to their grandparents when the parents are working in San Jose and that is a known significant health issue. So I would support the motion.
All right, the motion has been made and seconded for Eleanor and Robert to attend Spreckles Union School District. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Okay, if we could have the next set of parents, please move up to the front row. Thank you very much for your patience.
Isn't it 5.6?
We're on 5.6.
Oh,
Yes, 5.6. I'm gonna gather my thoughts for 1 second. Bear with me.
25, 26, 24.
Yeah, I'm reminding myself of what we're doing right now. Okay. All right, the interdistrict transfer appeal number 25, 26, 24, Salinas City Elementary School District. Dr. Gus, can you please make the introductions?
Yes, and you may have already heard them. Yes. In fact, since you have, can we have your permission to skip that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gus. I'm going to dispense with the reading of the letter of appeal unless one or more parties request the letter of appeal be read. Just so you know, all board members did receive the information and have reviewed it. Dr. Guest, can you please state the powers of the county board in inter-district attendance appeal hearings?
Yes, and I would skip this as well, but it's a legal requirement that I read it, so. This is a hearing by the Monterey County Board of Education on an appeal filed by or on behalf of student Eleanor Michelle Arias of the decision, sorry. Try this again.
My niece and nephew, so.
Apologize. This is a hearing by the Monterey County Board of Education on an appeal filed by or on behalf of student Felix Carroll of the decision of the Salinas City Elementary School District to deny an inter-district attendance agreement for the student to attend Spreckles Union School District for the 26-27 school year. The student's parent resides within the boundaries of the Salinas City Elementary School District. A summary of the case has been prepared by the County Office of Education and has been distributed to the County Board of Education. Section 46601 of the California Education Code authorizes the Monterey County Board of Education to make a decision on this appeal. The county board may also send the matter back to the district that denied the inter-district attendance request if there is significant new evidence introduced during the appeal hearing. County Board Policy 5117.1 on inter-district attendance appeals directs the members to review the basis of the district's denial to determine whether there are unusual conditions that justify intervention by the county board. Also, granting the appeal must result in improving the educational and/or health interests of the student to such a critical degree that substantial positive results in the educational services to the student will result.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gus. Now I'm going to explain the procedures for the hearing and we'll commence the hearing. The appellant may state reasons for the county board to overturn the denial of the inter-district transfer. And please direct all of your comments to the board. Then the district may state reasons for the county board to uphold the district's decision to deny the inter-district transfer. Then the appellant may succinctly state any final rebuttal, and the district may succinctly state any final rebuttal. Then we'll have questions from the board. Please direct your comments and answers to the board, and then the board will deliberate. So I'd like to invite you forward at this time to state your reasons.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board. My name is Thomas Carroll. My son is Felix Carroll. I'm a teacher at the Salinas Union High School District. This appeal is fundamentally about preserving educational stability and ensuring decisions are made in the best interest of the student. The stated philosophy of this board is to make every decision in consideration of the children and the public schools that serve them. And to prove that denying this appeal is causing harm to my son doesn't actually benefit Salinas City Elementary School District. So first, Salinas City is attempting to remove Felix from the school he's successfully attended for 3 years already. This caused significant disruption to his educational consistency, social development, and emotional well-being. He's a pretty sensitive 7-year-old boy who took a long time to build relationships with Spreckles, with his teachers, peers, administrators, staff, and all that stability directly contributed to his current academic success. Abruptly forcing a transition after years of approved transfer attendance undermines Felix's continuity and places unnecessary stress on him to start over. Although it was removed as an option for district transfer, and you're tired of hearing it, one of our child care and emergency contacts is my aunt, the same one from the previous hearing, lives in the Spreckles boundaries and my own parents, although they live in the Salinas City Elementary School District, are closer to Spreckles than they are to the school he would attend, Mission Park. It represents a hardship for my family. I'm a full-time teacher at Salinas High. My wife very often works as a substitute as well, so we often rely on my parents and aunt for morning care while we head to work. Second, there's not appear to be a compelling financial justification for denying the transfer. Public reporting from Monterey County Now stated that Salinas City Elementary School District was one of only 4 districts in Monterey County operating without a budget deficit. It contradicts any implication the district must deny transfers due to financial hardship or fiscal emergency. District data discussed publicly has shown that transfers into the district exceed transfers out. There's no loss of enrollment. Third, the handling of this matter raises serious procedural concerns. The district failed to respond to filings communications in a timely manner, including extended delays in responding to the initial request. I had an attached timeline I included in the packet. I assume that was received. But very often they wouldn't respond to our requests until I provided a follow-up email and prompted them to do it. And then I would receive it within the couple of days after that. But working at like 40+ days, calendar days to respond to me. There was delays in the appeals process. There were administrative errors in issued documents to me. They gave me someone else's denial, some other student, and delays in responding to records requests. These delays raise concern regarding fairness and due diligence in the decision-making process. I requested from the district notes, scoring sheets, evaluation forms, anything, any criteria they use to determine these inter-district transfers, but they gave me pretty much nothing aligned to that. So I can't make an assessment if this was a fair process, if those documents even exist. And at the outset of this process in January, I was told by an employee, pretty much straight up via email, it's in the records as well, that my request would be denied regardless of the reason. And so I can only conclude that such documents do not in fact exist, that Salinas City Elementary School District does not have a process for considering case by case and is just flatly denying everyone outside of those four. So a major shift from one of the previous practices. Again, the Monterey County Weekly, Esteban Hernandez, Salinas City Elementary School District's Executive Director of People Personnel Services, says that up to 300 students who live in the district boundaries transfer to other school districts every year. And quote, "We are hoping to cut that number at least in half," Hernandez says. Nothing more stated here. They're not looking to provide them with better educational opportunities or simply looking to absorb more students for a district that has already demonstrated they don't need additional income, especially when compared to other districts struggling with reduction in enrollment, including Spreckles, as my cousin highlighted. More broadly, the actions of Salinas City reflect a troubling inconsistency with policy application. They previously approved the transfer for multiple consecutive years, allowing the students to establish roots and succeed in their educational environment. Reversing course now, pulling the carpet out from students without a clearly articulated student-centered rationale creates instability without demonstrating meaningful benefit to either the district or the student. We ask that the board overturn Salinas City's decision, allow Felix to continue his academic success at Spreckles. It's good for Felix, it's good for Spreckles, and it does not ultimately harm Salinas City Elementary School District.
Right, thank you. The district may come forward.
As with the previous ones, board and president, superintendent, parents present, I have a letter that I'd like to read from our superintendent regarding this case. And I just want to point out that, like I have said, the district's policy in terms of enforcing the four required criteria, along with the fact that we're already way beyond the percent of approved interest allowed, the 1%, which will be 82 students. Right now, we're in the hundreds exiting the district. And it is positive to recognize that perhaps the district was not yet in the red. We do not want to be in the red budget-wise. So we cannot guarantee that be the case in the upcoming years. But we have been able to have approved budgets, qualified budgets. That might not be the case. So that's why we protect every aspect of the work we do, including enrollment. So regarding Felix Carroll, these are the Andrade's points that I shared with you on her letter. Members of the county board, on behalf of Salinas City Elementary School District, we respectfully request support of the district's decision to deny the inter-district transfer request submitted for Felix Carroll, a second grade student. Felix's school of residence within Salinas City is Mission Park. The stated reason for the request is that the student's babysitter resides in Spreckles outside of the district attendance area. While the district recognizes and respects the child care needs of families, this circumstance does not meet the criteria established under the code for an inter-district transfer approval. Additionally, there's currently no interagency agreement between Salinas City and Spreckles or any district in Monterey County for that matter regarding inter-district transfers. Salinas City is prepared to welcome Felix at the school of residence where the student can begin their educational experience close to home and within their neighborhood school community. Salinas City provides sports designed to assist working families, including before school supervision beginning at 7:30 and extended after school enrichment and academic programs until 6. These services provide safe, structured, and flexible options for families within the district. Additionally, Salinas City continues to provide comprehensive educational opportunities and student support services designed to meet the needs of all students and families. The district offers dual immersion opportunities, advanced learner services, blended and virtual learning options, project-based learning experiences, and equitable access to academic support programs at all schools. The district wishes to express concerns about procedures and the timing of some information. So we want to make sure that there is significant time for county superintendents to come together and discuss and respond respond to any new guidance or regulatory interpretation that may impact local decision regarding interdistrict and enrollment stability. The district has carefully reviewed this request and determined that the reason provided does not rise to the level contemplated under a code for district policy to warrant the approval for an interdistrict transfer. California's interdistrict transfer laws were not intended to establish unrestricted school choice where the district of residence can provide access to strong educational programs, student supports, and reasonable family-centered services. For these reasons, Salinas City respectfully asks the Monterey County Office of Education Board to uphold the district's denial decision in this matter.
All right, thank you. The appellant may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
So there's what is allowed and then there is what is right. As educators, we often have to find those differences and those distinctions, right? They are allowed to restrict it to just those four things. That is their right. Or sorry, that is what is allowed to them. But what is correct and right to do in the best interest of the students is not to take students and rip them away from where they've established themselves academically. They should have gone to the supervisors meeting, the superintendent's meeting, excuse me. They should have discussed this. They should have engaged stakeholders and made a decision collectively that wouldn't result in endless meetings in front of you guys. That should have been done, but it was not. And so today we're here where they're saying we're facing financial hardship. But again, their own public financial position contradicts that argument. They're only one of the only 4 districts not operating with a budget deficit. They could have streamlined that by denying any new TK students out of their district and just said, okay, we're gonna stem the tide essentially, rather than kind of bleeding everybody else out. Mission Park's enrollment is up as well. Since 2020, according to eddata.org, their own 2026 April presentation showed attendance increasing compared to the prior years. There's no evidence that this allowing this longstanding transfer to continue would create meaningful fiscal harm to the district. In contrast, denying the transfer creates immediate and concrete harm to Felix by disrupting the established educational environment. And again, kind of repeating this, they had 564 transfer in requests compared to 454 transfer out requests in 1 year, resulting in a net gain of 110 students. They're taking in more students from other districts than they're giving up. For the current year, there are 349 transfer in requests compared to 144 transfer out requests. Again, a net gain of 205 students, even if every transfer out had been approved, and that is not the case. The district does not experience a net loss of students based on its own numbers. Again, we ask that the board overturn Salinas City's decision, allow Felix to continue his successful academic career by attending sports.
Thank you. The district may succinctly state any final rebuttal.
Just wanted to let you know, I'll be happy to provide the board the current counts where we are with ins and outs. The information provided was one that was referring where we were in the process when I presented to our board in April. And we have those initial numbers in, because we have our window for those applying to dual immersion that was happening at that time. So we have numbers that would show where we are currently in our approved ins and outs. The ins coming into, again, dual immersion are ones that have to be entertained because of other factors first.
Thank you. Now we're going to take questions from the board. John.
So I'm gonna ask you the same 2 questions. Number 1, have you been before the Salinas City Elementary School Board or your trustee and expressed the same things you expressed to us?
I considered it, but at that point, we were already at the second denial.
Okay.
And so then I thought this was the only recourse.
Well, in terms of the process, yes, but why I bring it up is unless they're hearing this from the constituents, they just think everything's hunky-dory.
Sure.
It's kind of like, going and having issue with the custodian after somebody else has made the mess. No offense. But number 2, you do understand that if we were to grant the appeal, it would only be through the 5th grade. And the odds are very, very likely that your son would then need to go to a Salinas City school for the 6th grade.
I understand.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, Mary?
For the applicant. So this, if approved, this would be your son's 3rd year at Spreckles?
So he's already spent 3 years. If approved, he would be entering his 4th year.
So he did TKK and.
He's in first currently.
And he's in 1st grade?
Yeah.
So he's going to the 2nd
Entering
grade?
into 2nd grade.
Oh, okay. And then who did you say is your babysitter and where do they? where are
My
they located?
aunt Leslie, she lives out in Las Palmas too, as the previous applicant's grandmothers, as well as my parents live in Maple Park, which is closer to Spreckles than it is to Mission Park.
So do they pick up your child from school?
On occasion, yes. My wife is a substitute teacher, and so she works infrequently or, ever so often, and then my parents step in to help at that point.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna move on to deliberation. Any comments, deliberation, or motion? So I would like to look at the criteria for consideration and I marked childcare considerations and whether good cause otherwise exists. And for that one, I feel that a student that's already been established in a school should, yes, for 4 years, should remain
three.
in this, what?
No, it's 3
Three?
years currently, and then it'll
It'll
be a
the
fourth
fourth
year.
Okay. Those are my thoughts on this.
I will agree with you, just based on history of having already been there this long. I second your motion.
It wasn't a
Well,
motion.
it wasn't a
I'm
motion, it was
sorry,
a
I
thought.
thought you made.
No, I
Okay,
didn't make
so-
a motion,
Okay,
but I will.
well,
Okay, you
I
will?
make-
I will. I hereby move that student 25, 26, 24, am I on the right student?
Yeah,
Shall be allowed to attend Spreckles Union School District through the highest grade offered by the school in which they are enrolled.
I second.
And Jaime seconds.
Before we vote, comment?
Yes.
Yeah, once again, I deeply encourage you all to get together. And you've said multiple times that there is no agreements or MOUs between the districts. I would encourage you to come up with something. And whether or not that's restricting the number, or whatever it is, that takes a lot of the onus off of this board. For example, if you would come in and you two basically said, yeah, we'd love to do it, but we're already at our agreed upon limit. That's 2 school districts that have worked together to come up with an answer to a problem that we didn't have 10, 15 years ago. And now we have it all over the place. So yes, I love that idea. You guys figure it out.
All right. So we're gonna
I definitely encourage you guys to get together and work it out for good.
all right, so we're gonna take a vote. That student 25, 26, 24 shall be allowed to attend Spreckles. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 1.
Mary.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations.
Get together. I'll see you on the 10th.
Thank you.
Good news.
Guys,
Yeah, no,
number
no.
6, Mary was no.
I-
All right. Let me get back to this. We're on 5, 6. All right, consideration for items for future meetings. Proposed resolutions or proposed agenda items. 6.1 and 6.2.
I mentioned it the last time, but I think Dr. Gus said the Salinas City Elementary Superintendent
Yeah.
will be,
She confirmed she will be
Okay, great.
presenting at the next board meeting.
okay.
Okay, any other items for resolutions or agenda items?
Are you gonna?
Mary, you have a question, Mary?
No, I don't have a question, but I.
No. I presented an item to the chairman of the board policy to work on the modification on the criteria for conditions to applying. Yes.
Needs to be a form.
Policy, I was,
Yes, so
I
the
make a
board
re-
policy chair is Virginia. And if you want to review our policy, we can absolutely do that. I do want to be very clear. Well, when you asked that question, we did look online, other county offices, they all have the same not all of them, But just real quickly, 3 of them have the exact same criteria as us because the county board, you have more options. It's more permissible. If you choose to limit your options for approval, then you can amend your policy to do that. I do have a few examples of 2 county offices that are more limited. But I'll bring all this to the board policy committee. And I also just wanted to ask, is the board interested in any kind of presentation from legal counsel that clarifies
Oh,
all
absolutely, yes.
these rules so you can understand them? Okay, then for the next board meeting, I can set that up where we'll ask legal counsel to review all the
Yes.
current interdistrict laws and you can ask all questions.
All right,
Beautiful.
thank you.
Thank you.
And I think that's appropriate because this is consuming our
So much time. Well, and also it's so
And the next thing too,
difficult.
there are 16 more in the queue. It takes a while for us to process them once received.
Uh-huh.
So at the next board meeting, for sure, you'll have 6 more. And if you want to set a special date to add a board meeting to hear the rest, that's an option.
Thank you for that. I think if we're gonna look at that many more, let's do it on a separate day. It's. Last week, I think we were here till almost 2:00. Today it's 1:00. And I understand why we're here and all, but this is over and over. We're hearing the same story over and over and over. And I would just like to do it on a separate day, so it's not mixed with regular board meeting and then finish that and get through this.
Also, the letter that was passed to us, on each case have the same information. The only thing that changes the name of the applicant. I don't see why we have to read it over, at least for us. I understand that they can explain to the applicant, but not for us because it's time consuming. We already have a letter. And they should be able to send the letter ahead of time to us, so we get the time to read it all the way through. So when we are here, doesn't have to read it all over again. Because that's one of the things that consume a lot of time today.
Yes, I'm happy to share that with that district superintendent.
But in the other hand, Virginia, you have to find which is the legal procedures for us to move forward. I know, I understand, it's consuming reading for every appeal, but if we don't have to do it, that it's okay, legalized, we won't do it. But if we have to follow the protocol, because we have to record it, I like to, get an opinion from the attorney. What's the protocol?
The powers of the county board has to be stated to each parent, because that's the legal requirement. But the district, what they want to share with you, there's nothing in law that precludes us from asking them to send these letters in
Yeah, that's what I'm
advance,
talking
just to shorten the time of our meeting.
Yeah.
Plus, you would have time to read it yourself.
Yeah.
Didn't they just send it in time, so it's included in our packet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they're.
That's what I'm
She was
saying. I will
yeah.
ask them to please do that.
Makes
This is the
sense.
first time they've ever done this, so
Yeah.
we have to make that.
All right.
request.
Thank you. Our next meeting date is June 10th, 2026 at 9 a.m. The agenda items are due by May 29th, 2026. I believe that's Friday. Is that Friday?
Yes.
Is that?
Yes.
Okay. And the meeting is adjourned.